a bit shaky, but I just like to just take 1 minute to ask the House at this time to look at the crime violence around us. Just beside my house yesterday, a house was shoot up and my daughter's vehicle get shoot up in that. I'm going to ask us to take a look into that and this crime violence that's going on in the country. It's very, very serious. Very, very serious. Psalms 136 says, "Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for his good, for his mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks unto the God of God, for his mercy endureth forever. Oh, give thanks to the Lord of Lords, for his mercy endureth forever. To him alone who does great wonders, for his mercies endureth forever. To him that by wisdom made the heavens, for his mercies endureth forever." Let us pray. Father, we thank you this morning for your blessings. Thank you for your faithfulness. Thank you for your love. We are in the land of the living this morning. It's enough to thank you. Our hands can move, we can hear, we can smell, we can feel. Oh God, we wake up with our limbs working. This morning, as a nation, as a country, we say thank you, Lord. Even the passing of the hurricane, oh God, it could have been worse, but through your mercies and your grace, you have brought us through as a nation, as a country. This morning, we are grateful and we say thank you, Lord. Thank you this morning for the House of Assembly. As your children gathered, Lord, to do business, we pray this morning that, Lord, whatever they do this day, it shall be done to the honor and glory of your name. Bless the Speaker of the House, the clerk, the honorable premier and his cabinet, the opposition leaders, Lord, as they go through this day, may your spirit, may your anointing guide them. Oh, the song said, "Guide them, oh, thou great Jehovah, pilgrim through this barren land." Oh, they are weak this morning, but you are strong. Hold them with a powerful hand. May your presence, may your peace, may your grace abide in this house. And through it, oh Lord, when they finish this, I say, yes, it was good for us to be here. Grant us peace now for Christ's sake. Amen.
This House now convenes its sitting. Good morning, everyone. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 2, administration of oath. Item number 3, confirmation of minutes. Item number 4, announcements by the Speaker.
I have. Good morning again. I just wish to note for the record that I've received notice of absence from the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn. So for the record, Honorable Marlon Penn will not be at today's meeting. I call on the clerk.
Item number 5, statements by ministers. Item number 6, presentation of papers. Item number 7, notices of motions given orally.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier Minister of Finance to give notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that at a later stage in the proceedings, I will seek leave to move the motion standing in my name under item 8.1, Roman numeral 1, on the order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I call upon the clerk.
Item number 8, public business.
I call upon the Premier Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Public Service Management Bill 2024 be read a second time. And I will now give the objects and reasons, Madam Speaker, and a brief contribution. Madam Speaker, on the 28th of March 2023, the government of the Virgin Islands replaced the General Orders of 1971 with the Public Service Management Code, which represents the conditions of employment and code of conduct. Madam Speaker, the code dealt with the management of human resources with a view to enhancing policies, standards, practices, and procedures aimed at facilitating improved relations throughout the public service. Particularly, Madam Speaker, it sought to ensure that the public service maintained a high-performing professional and nonpartisan service and promoted the effectiveness and efficiency of government ministries and departments, among other things. The implementation of the code was in partial fulfillment of Recommendation B36 of the British Virgin Islands Commission of Inquiry report. However, while Recommendation B36 required that the code be finalized and put in place as soon as practicable, it also recommended that the implementation of the code was done with a view to it being incorporated into a Public Service Management Act at an early stage. As such, the time is opportune for the Public Service Management Act to be enacted and the Public Service Management Code incorporated into the Act. The implementation of the Public Service Management Act will provide a robust legislative framework for the effective and efficient functioning of the public service. Madam Speaker, the bill, which seeks to formally establish and continue the public service and its organizational frameworks, is set up in 13 parts with 3 schedules. The schedules speak to the level of public officers that make up the public service, the list of officers that will be required to register their interests, and the registration of interest form. Part 2 of the bill speaks to the public service and deals with its establishment and continuation. This part addresses the organizational structure of ministries, the role of ministers in the public service, the delegation of ministers' functions, and the requirement for ministerial staff to execute contracts. The bill goes on in Part 3 to speak about the duties, responsibilities, and powers of the head of the public service, the governor, as well as provides for the responsibility and functions of the deputy governor. This part also speaks to managing the performance of permanent secretaries and agreeing to annual performance objectives. Additionally, this part speaks about the requirement of the deputy governor to submit annual reports to the governor on the deputy governor's performance and the governor's requirement to lay the report on the table of the House of Assembly. Part 4 of the bill provides for permanent secretaries, including the financial secretary, and the requirement for these appointments on contractual terms of employment not exceeding 5 years in the first instance. Part 4 continues with the deputy governor entering into performance agreements with permanent secretaries. This part also speaks to the permanent secretaries implementing sound policies and practices to promote good health, welfare, and safety in the workplace. The bill in Part 5 provides for heads of department and speaks to the role of heads of department in the public service. This part also requires heads of departments to be employed on contractual terms or under permanent and pensionable establishment. Part 6 of the bill speaks to the role of the Director of Human Resources, who provides administrative support and technical advice on human resources matters to the Governor and the Deputy Governor. Part 7 of the bill continues with the establishment of the Virgin Islands Public Service Learning Institute. This institute is a unit under the Department of Human Resources responsible for designing, implementing, and managing training, courses, and programs that contribute to public officers' individualized and professional development and performance improvement. Part 7 also establishes the Institute's committee and their functions. The bill, Madam Speaker, in Part 8 provides for performance management and speaks to the procedure for evaluation of the performance management program of officers and employees. Madam Speaker, the bill continues with Part 9 and provides for the association of officers and employees, specifically speaking to the right of officers and employees to associate. It goes on to speak about the Civil Service Association being appointed as the bargaining body for and on behalf of public officers on specific matters and establishing the association as an independent body. Part 10, Madam Speaker, provides for the registration of interests of public officers and makes provisions for specific officers, namely public officers in grades 19 through 21, deputy secretaries and heads of departments to register their interests for the purposes of Section 112 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. The bill continues in Part 11, which provides for the discipline and disciplinary procedures for public officers, while Part 12 provides for integrity of public life, that speaks to the conduct of public officers, which is required to uphold, the conduct public officers are required to uphold, and for certain acts of corruption which would be deemed offenses. Finally, Madam Speaker, Part 13 of the bill provides for administrative directions to constitutionally established departments. The Deputy Governor being able to temporarily impose administrative leave, and also speaks to savings and transitional provisions. Madam Speaker, this bill is extremely important. While it has been included within the purview of the COI, its significance goes far beyond the COI. Madam Speaker, every elected government since 1950 has presented plans, ideas, initiatives, and programs to the people of the Virgin Islands. And the success or failure of all that these governments have presented in large part depends on the successful execution and implementation through the public service. Now, Madam Speaker, we have some excellent public officers. I personally witnessed their hard work, their long hours, their sacrifices, the commitments they make, the patriotism of many officers with whom I have personally interacted in my short time as a Minister of Government and legislator. However, Madam Speaker, the public service has many challenges in serving the public. It's called the public service because we are supposed to be serving the public. This means that the public is not satisfied with the level of service they receive from successive governments, not satisfied with our physical infrastructure, our social assistance infrastructure, our educational infrastructure, employment, a number of other things, Madam Speaker, that we can go down the list, that the public would like to see better service or experience better service, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the question is, with the excellent public officers that we have, why is it that we are not experiencing the level of service which we would like to see? And Madam Speaker, I have a position that I will put forward. But first I'm going to present what is the popular misconception, Madam Speaker. The popular misconception, Madam Speaker, is that the public is not getting the level of service that they deserve because we have some good-for-nothing politicians. That is the automatic assumption that many make. And Madam Speaker, politicians themselves are the ones who promote that particular thinking, generally between opposition and government. When the government is in power, the opposition says that the politicians on that side are a set of good-for-nothing, incompetent politicians. If that particular group, Madam Speaker, is able to be successful and come to office, then it just switches around. You know, whoever was the government who became the opposition will say, well, the government that's in office now, the reason why you're not getting the service that you require is because it's a set of good-for-nothing politicians in the government. And that's the little game that is played, Madam Speaker. And all the while, the system, the structure, is not allowing the public to get the service it requires. Madam Speaker, this latest incident which has been discussed in the public is just a perfect example of it, Madam Speaker. We are speaking about under budgeting of figures. And there are some, for their own purposes, who have given the impression, Madam Speaker, that the Minister of Finance is the one who is crunching numbers and going back and receiving numbers and verifying numbers, Madam Speaker. For our own purposes, we know in here that it doesn't work like that. But we take advantage of the members of the public who may not know how the public service works. And we seek to take advantage of, in some instances, a lack of knowledge. And rather than seeking to solve the ultimate challenge that we have, rather than educating the public to how we solve that challenge, we are hungry for power. I read the play Julius Caesar, Madam Speaker. Of course, I studied literature, and literature has many lessons that we can learn. In Julius Caesar, I believe he probably says it to maybe Anthony or somebody like that. And he's looking at Cassius. And he says, Cassius has a lean and hungry look. And he said he would have fatter men around him. And it reminds me sometimes when I listen to some members of the opposition, Madam Speaker. It's like they have a lean and hungry look. And it's this hunger for power that will allow us, in my view, to, in many instances, mislead the public. But we all know and we all can see the problem. The ultimate challenge, Madam Speaker, in terms of the reason, at least part of the reason, Madam Speaker, that we do not get the service that we need has to do with the structure of government and how it works. And I know some will disagree, but I can give some very clear examples, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you look at the United States system of government, the political directorate, when they come to office, all the persons in their senior positions come with them. And if Governor Bryan, for instance, over the USVI, if he is not getting the type of performance he would require, he can hold individuals accountable for that. He has a mechanism in place. He will even be the one responsible for firing you. Any persons in his cabinet he can fire, Madam Speaker. And that's the US system. The UK system is a little different, Madam Speaker. The UK system has a permanent establishment. And that permanent establishment works for them, but it requires very much a system in place to hold persons accountable, to hold the officers accountable. In the UK system, they would have the cabinet secretary, which would play a role. The cabinet secretary, and the cabinet secretary obviously works for the UK government, the Prime Minister and the ministers. You'd have a cabinet secretary there to ensure that the programs, plans, policies of the government is being implemented. Now, we here who are territories, another word for colonies, we have a system that is different from the US system and the UK system. We have a colonial system which doesn't work well. And because we're so busy trying to switch from opposition to government, government to opposition, we haven't sufficiently spoken to the public about this challenge and its effects, because it's simply convenient to blame the whatever party is in power so you can get in power. So we've done a great disservice to the public in helping the public to understand how we can get this system to work better. Under this colonial system that I'm speaking about, the public service sits under the governor. Now that is problem number one, Madam Speaker. The governor is unelected. The governor is appointed. Right then and there is not a level of democratic accountability. It's the same problem with crime. Minister Salmon opened up about the incident yesterday that he was very concerned about, the shooting, which I have to, of course, commiserate with those persons who were impacted by that situation, something that I'm very concerned about, Madam Speaker. But we face the same problem as it pertains to crime. Ultimately, that is a subject for the governor. Now, the democratic accountability is important. Ministers of government are not their own bosses. Their bosses are the people of the Virgin Islands. And when the people of the Virgin Islands want to hold them accountable, they'll send them home if they have to, which the people of the Virgin Islands do from time to time. But can the people of the Virgin Islands send the governor home? Can the people of the Virgin Islands send the deputy governor home? If the public is not being solved, and the persons who are responsible for a particular area are not performing in their roles, what is the means or the mechanism that the public has to be able to hold those persons accountable? The question is, it does not exist. It does not exist. And what would tend to happen, even in areas where the elected government is not responsible. We just spoke about one. Well, you have to, the buck stops with you is what they say, because we elected you. That is a failing prospect. That is a failing prospect. Because if you want anything to work well, you have to have accountability. And Madam Speaker, accountability means that no persons who are not responsible don't take responsibility. That's a failing prospect. Any organization does that is doomed to failure. Organizations which succeed have to be able to identify a challenge, a problem, and to rectify it. Somebody has to be accountable, Madam Speaker. And you don't have accountability without responsibility. The persons who are responsible must be held accountable. Madam Speaker, this is why you have sports teams. I could think about the Chicago Bulls. I could speak about the Los Angeles Lakers, Madam Speaker. The Chicago Bulls never won a championship without a coach called Phil Jackson. So you could have all the same players, and if you don't have a proper system of accountability, if you don't function based on certain organizational principles, you won't be successful. Same thing with the Los Angeles Lakers. Los Angeles Lakers could not win a championship without Phil Jackson. Check the history. Before Phil Jackson, no championships. Phil Jackson came, championships right away. Phil Jackson leave, no championships. Phil Jackson come back, championships. Phil Jackson. And the reason why, Madam Speaker, I could give another example as well. The reason why is you have to have a system of accountability and organizational principles. Madam Speaker, let's take another example. You can take persons in the public service and place them in a private organization. And the same persons who are frustrated in the public service and even themselves admitted they were not getting the productivity that they wanted to see. When they go in a private organization gets the performance and the output out of those individuals. Because the private sector, Madam Speaker, has the level of accountability. So some of the behavior that you might be able to get away with in the public sector, you can't get away with it in the private sector. Because the private sector has a level of accountability to ensure that they get the type of performance that they want to get. I'm saying the public service does not have a proper system of accountability starting from the very top. Because you have an unelected governor at the very top of it who controls the public service. And guess what? Not only is the governor, which has been delegated to the deputy governor, responsible for the public service, they are also responsible for hiring and they're responsible for discipline. Stay with me. Stay with me. Well, I won't comment and say what I was about to say, but try your best. Yes, Madam Speaker. So until you are able to get a situation where those who are elected by the people of the Virgin Islands are the ones who have a level of accountability and control the public service, I will say, and are responsible for holding those who are under them accountable for delivering for the people of the Virgin Islands, you are not going to get the performance that is required for the people of the Virgin Islands. You have a democratic deficit that must be rectified. And Madam Speaker, while we are busy fighting against each other, we are approaching a constitutional review, Madam Speaker. And we don't have a good track record of coming together. Some call it singing Kumbaya. But the fate of the people of the Virgin Islands depends on approaching that constitutional review in unity to ensure that on both sides of the aisle there is support for progress and for the autonomy, which would lead, for instance, for the public service, or even having a structure where there's greater accountability of the public service to the elected members of government and ultimately accountable to the people of the Virgin Islands through the representatives. Now, Madam Speaker, let me speak about what the fare is, because what I said sent some trepidation down the spines of some persons, and I'll tell you the reason why some persons have trepidation when they think about the political directorate having more control. Madam Speaker, persons are afraid of being victimized. They're afraid of political victimization. And Madam Speaker, you can't blame them, because in the past, members of the political directorate, if they see somebody in the public service who they don't think, or they might just assume, it may not even be the truth, just assume this person is not working in their best interest. Perhaps if they had the authority or the power, they would try to move that person. Move persons around based on who we believe supports our political agenda. And this is why persons are fearful and persons don't want members of the political directorate too involved in matters of discipline and hiring, etc. And so the natural inclination is to keep you out of those type of matters. But, Madam Speaker, the solution is not to keep the political directorate from having a role and to have the authority. The answer is to make sure you have policies and procedures in place to prevent that from happening. And therefore, while some of my honorable colleagues have berated the whole COI process, some say I walk with the COI like a Bible under my arm, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, the process we're going through now in the COI is so important. All that is required is that we own it, take control of it, that's what it is we're doing, and use it for our advantage and our best interests. We have to put policies and procedures in place, Madam Speaker, that will protect people from political victimization. We have to put policies and procedures in place and laws to ensure that partisan interests are not what is driving the work of the public service, but what is in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. And when we put those policies and procedures and laws in place, then we don't have to fear. We don't have to fear these things. We don't have to fear the involvement and the political directorate exercising their authority. These are not things we have to be fearful of, because we have the mechanisms in place to deal with those things. And that brings me to the Constitution, Madam Speaker. Constitution that even members of this House of Assembly fought for. The one that was given to us in 2007, Madam Speaker. Section 56(5), Madam Speaker, gives ministers of government the constitutional authority to direct and control not just ministries but departments and ministries. It also mentioned that these ministries will be supervised by a permanent secretary. And that supervision is subject to the direction and control of a minister. Extremely important, and this is where it all has to begin. It has to start there. That relationship has to work well. Madam Speaker, I remember when I first became a minister, and a public officer working in the ministry just said to me in confidence, they were talking to another public officer, and the other public officer said, well, you know, they said, you know, the permanent secretary is really the one who runs the ministry. So, you know, when the minister talk, you know, they listen to the minister, but it's really the permanent secretary is the one who runs the ministry. And that's the perception. Some heads of department, they'll tell you, well, it's really the permanent secretary. You know, that's where I get my marching orders from, Madam Speaker. So, and whether it's said or it's unsaid, at times, Madam Speaker, the political directorate, what they require from ministries and departments, a lot of times, Madam Speaker, there's a block. There's a block. And what we have to formally establish, which this bill in some instances attempts to do, that level of accountability of executing the direction of the minister is formally established in the law. So there's no wiggle room, there's no vagueness, there's no ambiguity. It is absolute, the authority of the minister is absolutely clear. And that translates all the way down the public service. It is also important, Madam Speaker, that the minister is able to get advice directly from his technocrats. And the minister is able to engage directly his or her technocrats. Because, Madam Speaker, some have the perception that the minister should only engage a permanent secretary. But the permanent secretary is an administrator. But the minister needs to be advised by his technical experts. Just like the governor is advised by the police or anybody else. Let's take it to, we can look at culture. Minister has to be able to be advised by his director of culture. Minister of Education has to be advised by the chief education officer. That engagement and that contact must be there. Madam Speaker, that's the most important part of this bill. There are other areas of it which is very important, extremely important. But presently we have to understand and know that public officers have been governed by general orders. And they've been governed by a code. And some of that has just migrated over into this bill, which is good. Because the members of the House of Assembly who represent public officers have to have a say. Members of the House of Assembly must have a say as it pertains to the areas that we are speaking about right now. Yes, terms and conditions of employment are a matter under the governor, and that's something we need to be conscious of as we go through this bill. Madam Speaker, the last thing I will say on this particular bill is that, Madam Speaker, this is the case for many of the bills which have come to the House of Assembly from the governor/deputy governor. Madam Speaker, what is important, and I know we have some disagreement here with some members of the House, what is important is that we get this bill into the hands of the people. When it gets a first reading, Madam Speaker, the people themselves can get their hand on this bill. And the people can become involved in the process. When it's just the cabinet, the governor, the deputy governor debating over a bill, it does not give the people of the Virgin Islands the opportunity to be a part of the process. So what we do when we bring the bill here to the House of Assembly and it gets its first reading is that people become part of the process. And they can then advocate to their representatives to represent their interests in the bill. And that is what is done. So what we have here, Madam Speaker, is not a perfect bill. This bill is not a perfect bill. Madam Speaker, this bill still needs some work. And the important thing, Madam Speaker, is that which I know will take place, I know it's going to happen, right? We are going to look at the bill and we are going to identify the deficiencies in this bill so that we can ensure that this bill is the best bill possible and is fit for purpose. We're going to go through, Madam Speaker, and we're going to determine what provisions of this bill are not consistent with the Constitution. It's an important exercise, Madam Speaker. And we should know even the current version of this bill, we have very specific notes about issues in the bill which have to be corrected in the committee stage, because there is some discrepancy as it pertains to what the Constitution says, Madam Speaker. And I acknowledge that and know that those are things which need to be addressed, Madam Speaker. And that is the work that we are supposed to do. And of course, the members have no choice but to debate the bill which is before them. And I accept that. But Madam Speaker, in the committee stage of this bill, most certainly we anticipate a number of changes to correct some areas that may have been missed by the ministries. Madam Speaker, with that, let me just say that I look forward to a robust debate, Madam Speaker, that will identify the challenges which this bill presents. And I'm looking forward, Madam Speaker, to correcting any deficiencies in this bill. And we give the people of the Virgin Islands a bill which is fit for purpose, and that we remain focused on the ultimate goal, Madam Speaker, which is ensuring that we have a public service which will be able to serve the public in a way that the public would ultimately be satisfied with. And our ultimate goal, which should be gaining more autonomy for the people of the Virgin Islands, gaining more control of our own affairs, and having a system of government that meets the needs of the citizens and the residents of the people of the Virgin Islands. This must be our collective goal. And this Public Service Management Bill is a tool to accomplish that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Before the debate begins, let me just set some rules. The leader of the opposition has given consent to the member for the 3rd District leading out on his behalf in this debate. So given this, the member for the 3rd will be given an hour. Every other member, 45 minutes. At this time, I'll call on the member for the 3rd District, Honorable Julian Fraser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hope the Premier isn't careless enough to take ownership of this bill, because what this bill has done to me personally is it grieves my spirit, Madam Speaker. And I thank you for the opportunity to voice my views on it. And I hope by the time I'm finished, I would have enlightened those who may not have paid any attention to it or enough attention to it. Madam Speaker, recently I received an invitation from the Premier to meet with the United Nations Special Committee on Decolonization on the 20th. They're coming here on the 26th and 27th of this month. And I've said to myself, Madam Speaker, I will not, under any circumstance, attend a meeting with those folks in the presence of others, except, of course, I'd like to meet them with the Premier himself. Because I have no time, Madam Speaker, to waste when it comes to any discussion regarding our self-determination. I think it's a matter that has ran its course. And those of you who have time to continue running, be my guest, but I don't. This is how many years now since places like Jamaica has received their independence. At the time they received their independence, they didn't have a single fax machine in their office in the whole country. And I don't know if how many of you know what a fax machine is. Those of you who know what a fax machine is, I trust me, I'm sure you never use one. Madam Speaker, in the correspondence I received, there was a little piece of literature in it that caught my attention. I thought it was quite appropriate for this debate. It says, advances in self-government. Following the Great March of 1949 against colonial neglect and the demand for self-government, the UK approved a BVI constitution in 1950 that reconstituted the local legislature, that is, Legislative Council, and gave the people of the islands the democratic right to elect their own representative to make laws for the society, and also embedded their political right to participate in government or governing processes through their representatives. This initial step was followed by the introduction of ministerial government in 1967 that gave the local government executive authority for the first time in 1967. This authority was further expanded by the devolution of the public finance portfolio from the British appointed governor to the duly elected government in 1978. In 1978, granting aid from the UK ceased after the local government achieved a budget surplus for the first time. And in 2007, a new constitution was approved that featured further advancements in self-governing or self-government involving security and international affairs in 2022. Madam Speaker, the debate on this bill speaks to our advancement towards self-government. And it points out where this bill wants to take us. And I'm here to say, Madam Speaker, that that is unacceptable to me, and it should be unacceptable to every single member in this House. Madam Speaker, I would skip to part 3 of the bill. I would start at part 3, then I'll go back to the beginning. But part 3 is where the genesis of the argument lies. It says, duties, responsibilities, and powers of the head of the public service. Then it says, head of the public service. This is 8.1. For the purposes of this act, the deputy governor shall be the head of the public service, where the governor acting pursuant to section 38.2 of the Constitution authorizes in writing the Deputy Governor to oversee responsibilities for the management of the service. Madam Speaker, this whole narrative is centered around empowering the Deputy Governor with an aim towards creating a hierarchy somewhere between that of the Governor and the Minister. Thus enters the Deputy Governor. But guess what, Madam Speaker? It can't work because the Constitution is clear on what the duties and responsibilities of the Deputy Governor are. And further, it is also clear as to what the Governor can delegate to the Deputy Governor. I'll start with the duties and responsibilities of the Deputy Governor, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want you to bear with me regarding my presentation, because just like this bill that we have before us has its various sections and stating what they want to see done, my presentation should have the documentation to go along with it, read into the record, because when we get to the committee stage, when we raise these issues, I want to send people back to these sections of the Constitution that I'm going to read into the record, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 38(1) of the Constitution of the Virgin Islands, 2007, subject to subsection 2, the Deputy Governor shall. I want you to listen carefully to what his duties and responsibilities are. A, assist the Governor in the exercise of his or her functions relating to matters which the Governor is responsible under Section 60. Take note of the limited scope as to what the Governor can delegate to the Deputy Governor. You read the bill, you would think he can delegate the entire public service, all the ministries, and including ministers, to the Deputy Governor. Cannot lose focus on this. This is where the crux of the matter lies. B, assist the Governor in the exercise of his or her other functions, being functions in the exercise of which the Governor is not obliged to act in accordance with the advice of any other person or authority, as the Governor acting in his or her discretion may direct. And C, perform such functions, other functions, not of a ministerial nature. Not of a ministerial nature. I want you to pay careful note to this. When the Premier made his presentation, he spoke about the role of a minister and how important it is made clear what the role of a minister is. See? Maybe perform such other function not of a ministerial nature as subject to this Constitution and any other law may be assigned to the Deputy Governor at the request of the Premier by the Governor acting in his or her discretion. Remember, it says at the request of the Premier. You see things happening, you must know how they happen and why they happen. It says he will make these designations at the request of the Premier. The Governor acting in his or her discretion may, by writing under his or her hand, authorize the Deputy Governor to exercise for and on behalf of the Governor any or all of the functions of the office of Governor, subject to such exceptions and conditions as the Governor may from time to time so specify. 3. The power and authority of the Governor shall not be affected by any authority of the Deputy Governor under subsection 2 and subject to the provisions of this Constitution and of any other law by which any function which the Deputy Governor is authorized to exercise and confer. The Deputy Governor shall comply with such instructions relating to the exercise of that function as the Governor, acting in his or her discretion, may from time to time address to the Deputy Governor. But the question whether or not the Deputy Governor has in any matter complied with any such instructions shall not be inquired into in a court of law. So we have to be very careful, Madam Speaker. You see what powers conferring this authority brings with it? And it's a good thing it's limited only to the powers and authorities that the governor has regarding specific subjects. Can't be questioned in a court of law. So he now becomes equivalent to a governor. 4, any authority given under subsection 2 may at any time be varied or revoked by Her Majesty by instrument given through a Secretary of State or by the governor, acting in his or her discretion, by writing under his or her hand. 5, in subsection 2, the reference to any function of the office of governor does not include a reference to A, the functions conferred on the governor by this section, or B, any function conferred on the governor by any act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom or by any order of Her Majesty or His Majesty in council or other instrument made under any such act other than this. Madam Speaker, let's not carry it away. Let's not get carried away. What does all this mean? What does all this mean, Madam Speaker? Let's see what the governor can actually delegate to the deputy governor. Because, like I said, if you read the bill, and the bill is clear, because the bill is asking, no, the bill isn't asking, the bill is telling us here in the House of Assembly that the governor will be delegating the entire service and its operation to the deputy governor, which I contend is unconstitutional. In the first instance, it's unconstitutional because the deputy governor's role and responsibilities are clearly spelled out in the Constitution. He can't be anything else but the deputy governor. And those rules that are spelled out as what, those are the parameters within which he must stick. But the governor can, Madam Speaker. Here are the governor's special responsibilities under 61. The governor shall be responsible for the conduct subject to the Constitution and any other law of any business of the government of the Virgin Islands, including the administration of any department of government. See, when it says including the administration of any department in the government of the Virgin Islands, people stop right there and believe that any department in the government of the Virgin Islands include Labor Department, Immigration, Customs, you name it. But no, it says including the administration of any department of government with respect to the following matters. With respect to the following matters. A, external affairs, subject to subsection 4. B, defense, including the armed forces. C, internal security, including the police force, without prejudice to section 57. D, terms and conditions of services of persons holding or acting in public offices without prejudice to section 92. And E, the administration of the courts. That's it. So if you're a Labor Department, Agriculture Department, Education, none of this stuff can be so-called delegated to the deputy governor. None of it. This is the area. But when you look at the bill, Madam Speaker, it is abundantly clear that it's the entire service. So let me go back to the top of the bill now, Madam Speaker. Part 2 of the bill. The public service. Ministries and departments. 4. 1. A ministry shall be constituted as a distinct organization under a minister who is assigned a portfolio of responsibilities in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution. And a ministry shall consist of A, the minister and his or her secretariat. Now, Madam Speaker, when in 1999 I got elected, I went into the ministry. The argument I put to the governor, Madam Speaker, was that while I was at home, before I took office, before I went into the office, I made a call to the permanent secretary. And I asked the permanent secretary to send me the credentials of the assistant to the minister and her assistant. Because the permanent secretary had a secretary, the minister had what you would call a personal assistant. And I checked the credentials and I noticed that the assistant to the permanent secretary had a college degree, and the assistant to the minister was a high school graduate. And I said that this doesn't make sense. Who's in charge? Who's running the ministry? Who's the top person in the ministry? So when I got to work, I brought the matter forward to the governor and the chief minister. And we went to work on that process. We ended up having a 2-day retreat at Byers Creek with all the permanent secretaries and the ministers overnight at Byers Creek. Putting into perspective the structure of the ministry and how it should run, who is supposed to be doing what. And in further context, Madam Speaker, when I got to the office, the file came to me, and when you open the file, all the documents were copies. So I asked the question, well, why am I getting copies? The answer was that, well, we have to work on the documents. We have to work on them. So we kept the originals to work on them, and you get the copies. You see something wrong with that picture, Madam Speaker? The minister has to get the originals. And nobody does anything until the minister says, well, it's okay to proceed on this matter. And that matter was changed. It was changed, Madam Speaker. Until the minister minutes the file and send it back, you can't take action. Because then people would meet you and ask you if you did so-and-so, or if you didn't do so-and-so. No, I don't know. I didn't know anything about that. I remember going to cabinet, as we would call it, executive council at the time, Madam Speaker. And I'm presenting a paper, because the papers used to come to you for signature. You never seen the paper before, but somebody wrote a paper and brought it to you. So you take it to the executive council as a messenger. And I'm like, till one day the governor said to me, Minister, it's your paper. The paper is yours. I'm like, what do you mean the paper is mine? I didn't prepare it. I don't know anything what's in it. That changed. I noticed, Madam Speaker, a walk back to those days taking place right now. It's a walk back. Now they're trying to make it official by asking us to pass a law to make it official. I will not sit here, just so happen I'm standing right now, Madam Speaker, but I would not sit here and be a party to that. So that's why I said I would hope that the Premier isn't taking ownership of this piece of legislation, this bill. It has to be shredded. It has to be shredded. I'm sure the AG will agree with me, even though she's responsible for drafting it. Anything coming here going to be through the AG's chambers. We're going to find out later. This piece of legislation, this bill, Madam Speaker, there must be a lot of good things in it. But I'm going to look at the parts that I think has no basis being here, none whatsoever. And if any of you don't agree with me on that, it means that you didn't read the bill, or you don't know your Constitution, or you don't know what it means to advance towards self-determination. I didn't make these words up. These words will have been there. That little piece of literature that I read to you. That happened back in the day of the march, 1949, Constitution 1950. A march towards self-determination, a march towards self-government, getting your first snippet of executive rule. Don't let anyone come and try to snip it away from you. No, don't do that. Don't do it to yourself. So as it says, and a ministry shall consist of A, the minister and his or her secretariat. Now I don't understand, I don't like the word secretariat, Madam Speaker. What we did was we established, we got through that little exercise that we went through, we ended up with what you call private secretaries. And the private secretary to the minister was dubbed the minister and a small office, and his little office. So he had a private secretary and an assistant. And the private secretary was someone at the level of assistant secretary. So things had changed dramatically since that time with the advent of the private secretary. So now this term here called secretariat, I don't know what it means. Well, I do know what it means, I don't like it. And I don't think that we should sit here and allow anyone to determine what things in our ministry, especially the minister's little domain, is dubbed or called. B, the office of the permanent secretary. I have a problem with that too, Madam Speaker, because it gives the impression that within your ministry, the permanent secretary has an office. And I don't mean a room. When somebody said the office of Jack Smith, it has connotations. Jack Smith don't run this place. So I have a problem with that, Madam Speaker. The permanent secretary has a post in the ministry. You don't have an office inside the ministry. Such are the departments and division sections and units within the services of the may be placed or established. That's code. 2, where more than one permanent secretary report to the same minister, the scope of responsibilities of each permanent secretary shall be delineated by the governor, acting in accordance with the advice of the Premier. Now, I don't know why this is necessary, Madam Speaker. Because usually if two permanent secretaries are reporting to one minister, it means usually that the minister has 2 ministries. Or 3 ministries in the case of, I think the Premier has 4 ministries now. Each of those ministries has a name. And they have subjects. So, Madam Speaker, if the permanent secretary for, let's say, environment, natural resources, and climate change, that permanent secretary will manage a portfolio or will be responsible for that, or the permanent secretary for that particular ministry. So I'm not sure what it means that delineated by the governor. Each permanent secretary shall be delineated by the governor, acting in accordance with the advice of the Premier. I think that's already done. 4, it says, subject to section 77, the governor may, after consultation with cabinet, by order published in the Gazette, amend section 1 to A, establish a new ministry or department. The governor, after consultation with the cabinet, will amend the schedule to establish a ministry or department. Well, when does this, where does this happen? Why is this going to be taken? The governor don't just wake up one morning and say, I need a new ministry or a new department. That's the premier's purview. If with discussions in the ministry, a particular ministry, with the permanent secretary, the minister, and the permanent secretary, it becomes necessary to have a new department, I think that's something that the premier will be moving towards having done. I don't think the governor is going to wake up one morning and decide that he needs a new department in some ministry. We have to watch that. B, abolish a ministry or department or change its name or function. We had a traffic department. We changed the name to Department of Motor Vehicle. I'm still looking, I don't see any governor involved. These new ministers might believe that this is something that we should gravitate towards. No. The ministry, this place is called a ministry for a reason. And it has a minister there for a reason. You don't walk up and change the name of my department and think that it's going to work like that. When you sign off on this bill, that's what you're telling them to do. It's okay to do. You're taking power out of your own hand and giving it away without even knowing. Then you start complaining. Don't allow your demise to be legalized. A march towards your demise. You'll be a part of it. And the only reason you don't know is because you haven't been reading that you're becoming a party to your own demise. Alter the designation of existing ministries or departments. I don't know what that means. Change the title of officers. That don't bother me. Unless you're trying to change it from the secretary to minister, junior minister, deputy minister, something like that. Then we have a problem. We start treading on my toe. Effect any other change the governor deems necessary. I want you to bear in mind that what the bill is doing is designating the governor's responsibility to the deputy governor. So when you see the word governor here, it means deputy governor. Effect any other change the governor deems necessary. That means effect any other change the deputy governor deems necessary. Madam Speaker, you know I talked about creating a hierarchy between the governor and the minister. Therein lies the deputy governor. So in the hierarchy, you're going to say governor, deputy governor, minister. Yeah. So what you're doing now is making it a law, that's the way it is. When did this all happen? Up until when I was a minister and we have a function, Madam Speaker. The protocol was that ministers, members of the House of Assembly, and I'm still looking, I don't see the deputy governor. Nowadays, when I go to a function, he's up front. So what am I saying? What all I could say is that what we have a bunch of paper ministers, lightweights. I remember when the deputy governor didn't have what you call a permanent secretary right now. That was something that was lobbied and pushed and sneaked in. When did this all happen? What happened? Instead of us getting that making those steps towards self-determination, we are pushing ourselves back by allowing the executive to take back over. All it takes, if you arm yourself with the facts, no one can railroad you. All it takes for you guys to do is to read the Constitution. That's all it takes. Everybody has a Bible. Yeah, everybody has a Bible. Some people have two. For most people in the Virgin Islands, the Bible is King James Version or the New Revised Version and all those the religious Bible. For some people, the Constitution is their Bible. And for some people who I say has two, maybe one is the Bible, the real Bible, and the other one is the Constitution. But nowadays, you don't even have to walk with the document, Madam Speaker. It's all just another file that you walk around in your pocket. And all this information is right there. Five, Madam Speaker. That's 4. 5. 5.1. Minister's role in the service. Minister's role in the service. Madam Speaker, I don't need, no minister need a law to tell them what their role in the service is. No minister needs anyone to document in a law what their role is. This should not happen. Don't allow this to ever happen. Your role is in the Constitution. When you're going to allow someone to start dissecting what your role is and putting it on a piece of paper, you know what they're going to do? They're going to pull this out and stick it in your face when you go into the ministry. This is not your role. It's wider than this. When you hear the Premier was just talking about the role of a minister and all this stuff, it's wider than this. A minister has, in relation to a ministry or department for which he or she has ministerial responsibility, the following functions. Oh, somebody's got the temerity to start writing down what your functions are. The following function: administrative direction and control of the ministry. Now, was this plucked directly from the Constitution or was it not? If it was, why repeat it? All of you can read. Why you need someone to put it here in this piece of legislation for you to know that a minister's role, administrative direction and control of the ministry. Don't allow this to happen. B, to direct the implementation of government policy as it relates to the ministry. Would you rather someone tell you that you are constitutionally responsible for something, or to tell you, according to the law, you're responsible for something? It looks as if these 13 elected representatives got together and decided that this is what your role should be. Your role is beyond the 13 members of this House. Your role is beyond what this piece of legislation is saying. It came from the Constitution of the land. Somebody wants to get themselves into what you're into through this piece of legislation, but they're trying to bring you down to this level. He says, see, I got your role in here too. I don't need your favors. To authorize reviews of activities of or functions of the ministry or department. To refer to the Deputy Governor for review. Matters relating to the effectiveness or efficiency of the ministry, department, and public office. Since when you go reporting to the Deputy Governor what's going on in your ministry? You realize that if you put this in the law, somebody's going to hold you to it at the end of the year. Where's the report? Minister, where's the report that you were supposed to give to the Deputy Governor? That you were supposed to report to the Deputy Governor. Where is it? The law says so. And what year was it that said that they had ministerial government? 1967? So from 1967 till now, start counting. Start counting. 57 years or something like that? What was happening all this time? That all of a sudden now you got to go present a report to somebody. The ministerial system wasn't functioning at that time? No. You guys, don't do it to yourself. And don't do it to future ministers. Do not allow this nonsense to happen. Don't. To monitor the performance of the permanent secretary in the ministry and report on same to the Deputy Governor. One of the beauty about being a minister is that, you know, there's only one guy you got to watch. One guy. Yeah, that guy, you know, this guy. Guy who was out there, you were campaigning for him, he was up and down behind you to work hard so he could win, so the party could win. When the party wins, look, you over here, and the four, you over here. That's the one guy you got to watch. When weekend comes, you get a phone call from that one guy, you watch your phone ring, you turn back and watch it ring, because you don't know if he called and tell you don't come in Monday. I've canceled, I've revoked your appointment. Now they come here with all this stuff. Another, delegation of functions of the minister. Delegation of functions of the minister. Here's where they marginalize you for real. 6.1. A minister may, from time to time, either generally or particularly, delegate to the permanent secretary or head of department any of his or her functions and powers under this act. You know what happens if this law passes and you don't start delegating your responsibilities and powers? You know what happens? Oh, she's power hungry. She just won't. She got up from the secretary. All she needs to do is to sign the document, and she want to be involved in everything. And you know that's what's going to happen. Okay, so you yield and you delegate, but you're nobody. You want to know what it feels like to be nobody? When people start walking on you and walking past you in the street. You don't have to compute for anything, so what I need you for? I don't need you. People elect you. They elect no permanent secretary. So you might want to take the easy way out and delegate. What they say about the goat, what's sweet in his mouth, on the other hand, it don't feel too good. Yeah, some of you are too young to know what I'm talking about. Ah. 2. Every delegation under this section shall be in writing, and no delegation shall include the power to delegate. Okay, that's clear. The power of a minister to delegate under this section, A, is subject to any restrictions or conditions contained in any other enactment in relation to the delegation of his or her function or powers, but does not limit any power of delegation conferred on the minister by any other enactment. Where a permanent secretary or head of department purports to act pursuant to any delegation under this section, the permanent secretary or head of department shall provide written proof of such delegation. No such delegation shall affect or prevent the exercise of any function or power by the minister, nor shall any such delegation after the responsibility of the minister for the action of any person acting under the delegation. A delegation under this section shall be revocable in writing at will, and any such delegation, until it is revoked, shall continue in force as a minister. Now, I'm in no way, shape, or form in favor of this whole section talking about delegation, but I'm going to expound upon this to show you the fallacy in all of it. The Minister for Social Development delegates some form of his responsibility to his permanent secretary. The Minister for Social Development is no longer, as the person, no longer the minister, but the delegation holds. In comes a new minister. What is this new minister to do? What is this new minister to do? He has a choice. He can revoke it. But how would it look? How would it look that he came in and he revoked a delegation? You don't like me, this, that. Why put him in this awkward position to have to revoke a delegation that he was never in favor of? You see, they know exactly what they're doing. The delegation should die with the minister's demise. The day that minister walks out, that delegation walks out with him. When a new minister comes in, if he wants to delegate or he doesn't want to delegate, that's his prerogative. But these are the tricks. That's a trick. It's not an oversight. And it was done in order to just to catch you. 8. In the event of a permanent secretary or head of department to whom any such delegation has been made ceases to hold office, it shall continue to have effect as if made by the person for the time being holding office as permanent secretary or head of department. Or, if there is no permanent secretary or head of department in office, or if the permanent secretary or head of department is absent from duty, to the person for the time being directed to act. Again, you send me a permanent secretary, I got a permanent secretary. As a matter of fact, it's worth speaking of. But the permanent secretary that I got had a delegation. That one left. A new one comes. That delegation still stands unless I go and revoke it. Makes no sense. It's a setup. It's a trap. Back in the old days, Madam Speaker, the permanent secretaries in the ministry were agreed upon by the minister. The minister will say who he wants to be his permanent secretary. He will talk to the premier about it, or the chief minister, who will talk to the governor. And in some cases, I had that happen, where all three of us meet with the governor and tell him who you want to be a permanent secretary. Nowadays, I'm hearing that. Nowadays, I'm hearing that the permanent secretary is sent to you. I mean, it can't be right. Take a smell test. No, you see, in your case, it'll be different now. You're old veteran. You know too much. You know, in what century? What system are we talking about? Not the ministerial system. People like the deputy governor, and it just so happened that there's a deputy governor right now. But I'm speaking about the office. I'm not speaking about the person. The deputy governor should understand that what you have is a pool of resources that meets the needs of the minister and his ministry. That's what you have. You train a set of people to be permanent secretary. You train a set of people to be whatever. You department heads. And when the ministry needs to draw from this pool, you supply the ministry. You don't dictate to the ministry who they should have, or who they should take. I'm sending John over. What are you sending John over for? Well, John is going to be your new chief of staff. Who is John? When John showed up, that little midget, I am not against midgets. But he didn't tell me, I didn't know whether it was going to be a midget or a giraffe or whatever the case is. But I'm supposed to know. I'm supposed to know who I'm getting. I'm supposed to choose who I want. Maybe I needed a female. Maybe I needed, you don't just send somebody over and tell me that this is who is going to be your commissioner for motor vehicle department and all that kind of stuff. No. Employing ministerial staff. I said this one is good. Ministerial staff shall be employ ministerial staff. Ministerial staff shall be deemed to be occupying posts or special trust, and shall be appointed thereto on the basis of the contract of employment between the individual and the director, or the individual and the permanent secretary, as the case may be. 3 of that particular 7.3 says, the employment of a ministerial staff terminates, A, if the minister for whose assistance the ministerial staff was employed cease to hold office as such. So that's what we were talking about before, the ministerial staff. So now they're telling me what it is. The contract of employment shall be in writing and signed by or on behalf of the parties to that contract. Specify the terms and conditions of employment and the day on which the employment expires. The employment of ministerial staff terminates, A, with the minister. I don't know about the termination part, Madam Speaker. It might be good. I know that the minister specifically decides who he wishes to have in his staff. So when the new minister comes, he would have the same privilege. Where in the Constitution is a minister obligated to engage in any contract with staff? No minister should ever have to enter into any agreement with staff. That's questionable, two-edged sword. Notwithstanding anything in any other enactment, a person who immediately before his or her employment as ministerial staff was not employed in the service is not, while he or she remains employed as a ministerial staff, also engaged under a contract. The ministerial staff thing is not an issue with me, Madam Speaker. That's something that can be worked out. Except, Madam Speaker, it should continue to be at the discretion of the minister who works for him or with him. 5, notwithstanding anything in any order or other enactment, a ministerial staff shall not otherwise than with the agreement of the permanent secretary or head of department direct an officer or employment of any ministry or department in relation to the manner in which that officer employs. No problem there. 6, the deputy governor, in consultation with the director, may issue guidelines concerning the function, administration, and the engagement of ministerial staff. This can't work, Madam Speaker. 6 says the deputy governor, in consultation with the director, may issue guidelines concerning the functions, administration, and the engagement of ministerial staff, and the terms and conditions under which such staff shall serve. I may not have a problem with the terms and conditions, but I do have a problem with directing the administration of the staff. The staff is exclusive to the minister, and no one should get involved between what they are directed to do by the minister. Part 3 of the bill, Madam Speaker, I did go through that. Okay. Principal objectives of the office of governor or deputy governor. So, part 3, Madam Speaker, 9. Principal objectives of the office of deputy governor. Principal objectives of the office of deputy governor. 9K. Be responsible for the government's public estate with a permanent secretary, office of the deputy governor, serving as the chairperson of the office accommodation committee. Madam Speaker, I presume that what they're talking about here when it talks about government's public estate is that rentals are under the deputy governor. You know, a lot of these things reminds me of, Madam Speaker, you know, when you were in high school, the girl that didn't look so attractive to catch your eyes, and then you become an adult and you see this girl, you can't take your eyes off her. She now has a job, she got money, she got lipstick, she got makeover, she got all kind of things, nice clothes, so you could look at her now. But she ain't studying you anyway because she remembered. This public estate, it's in here like it's a big deal. And it probably is because now government is paying, what's it, $10 million a year for rent? Yeah, guys, is that what it is? It's a big deal now. This is something that nobody wanted, and they gave it to the deputy governor office back in my days. These office rent is a nuisance. Give it to the deputy governor. But they're glorifying it. Yeah, you could keep it. The rent, public estate, you could have it. Functions of the deputy governor. I've read that out before. I don't need to go over that again, Madam Speaker. But here it says, subject to the Constitution 2007 and Act, and this Act. Subject to the Constitution and this Act. They're already reading this Act into existence. The functions of the Deputy Governor shall include A, in partnership with the Minister, managing the performance of permanent secretaries by agreeing to annual performance agreements and assessing the performance of permanent secretaries in accordance with Section 19. In partnership with the Minister. Now a minister is an elected member of the cabinet, of the government, the executive government. Is an elected member. Why is he going to partner with the deputy governor? Whose responsibilities are clearly spelled out in the Constitution as to assist the governor. That's his role, to assist the governor. So why are you going to be partying with him? You're a member of the cabinet. If you want to partner with somebody, it cannot be a minister. D, the identification of reform opportunities for the service and to advise the governor and minister on policy. Advise the governor and the minister on policy. You are policymakers. That's your job. Your role as a minister is to make policy. So you're going to be taking advice from the deputy governor on making policy? This is the same person who's talking to the governor, talking to you. 1 foot in here, 1 foot over here. Whatever you say goes over there. Whatever they say, don't necessarily come over here. I would hope that the premier is working towards getting the governor out of the cabinet. I would hope that's his aim. I don't want to hear him out loud. I said, no, I don't want to hear him out. That was 2007. How many years ago was that? Yeah, I know. I'm not denying it. Well, 2007. Now it's 2024, and I'm telling you to get him out. Time. You've matured now. And you need to point it out. We fought to keep the guy in there. He was on his way out. He was gone. Now I'm here to tell you that that time has come. And we were supposed to go back in 2017, 10 years after 2007. That was supposed to happen back then. I don't want to hear it should have happened when I said it wasn't supposed to happen. I was trying to make sure that everything went well. So anyhow, this so-called partnership, advising the minister, advising the minister and the governor, that doesn't work. That's a non-starter. We don't need to have that on policy. And it continues. I'm down to B, 2B. May request from permanent secretaries and heads of department information concerning the activities of those ministries and departments. Now this one is particularly interesting. If you cut me off before that, you'll never live it down. May request from permanent secretaries and heads of department information concerning the activities of those ministries and departments. Now this is important, Madam Speaker. Section 56(7) spells out the procedure for which the governor must follow to get information from a ministry, which reads as follows. The governor, acting in his or her discretion, may at any time request from a minister any official papers or seek any official information or advice available to the minister with respect to a matter for which that minister is responsible under this section, and shall inform the premier of any such request. And Madam Speaker, I can recall during the time we were working on the Constitution, 2007 Constitution, when the matter was raised. It was in the context of whether the governor may feel that he could have unfettered access to information from the ministry by just picking up the phone and making a request of the permanent secretary or department head. Madam Speaker, with the next round of constitutional advancement, this current arrangement should be reviewed. Ministerial government is at its worst when things like these are allowed to happen. This bill, in its current state, is an existential threat to our ministerial system of government, Madam Speaker. There's no way you can allow, not even the governor can get information, or should, I don't know what they do, get information from a permanent secretary on what's taking place in the ministry. He has to make that request of the minister and at the same time notify the premier that he made the request. That's constitutional, that's in the Constitution. If you put this nonsense in the bill, Madam Speaker, the first call will be on the bill. The deputy governor will be saying things like, I need this. And when he writes, he will say, according to section so in the legislation, I would like to have so and so.
Honorable, I'll have to give you just a couple minutes to wrap up.
In that case, I'm going home because I think it's unfair. I never sit down here and listen to other people talk and I couldn't talk. Anyhow, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll take a few minutes and wrap up. Just a few minutes. C, shall give direction of general nature respecting the performance by officers or employees of their duties in order to promote the continuing development of the service. Now, how will he give directions to officers pertaining to their work when he does not have, Madam Speaker, access to the work that they're doing? Shall conduct such inspections or investigations and make or receive such reports as the Deputy Governor may consider necessary or the Governor may direct. What type of reports are we talking about? How do you conduct investigation? How do you create reports unless you have information to make reports from? May appoint committees, panels, and other bodies for the purposes of carrying out the inspections or investigations under paragraph E. Madam Speaker, if this office is going to make a law where committees are to be established, the formation of those committees should be done by this House. Madam Speaker, who's the chairman, who are the members, and all this good stuff. The Deputy Governor to issue instructions, that's 11. The Deputy Governor may issue written instructions concerning the following: the management and administration of the service. I've read here before, Madam Speaker, and you heard it before. The administration of the ministry is that of the minister. So it's saying here that you're supposed to make a law that gives authority to the Deputy Governor. Deputy Governor may issue written instructions concerning the following: A, the management and administration of the service. Can't do that. That's not a part of the Constitution. Reports to the Governor from the Deputy Governor. 12. The Deputy Governor shall, as soon as practicable in each year, prepare a report to the Governor on the following: A, the state of the administration and management of services, of the service, which includes. Madam Speaker, how could you write on the administration? You can't. Prepare a report on the administration. 1, an assessment of the administrative performance. How do you do that? Can't do it. Supervision of department by permanent secretaries. Subject to section 56(5) of the Constitution, a permanent secretary may give directions to and set targets for a head of a department under the permanent secretary on any matter in fulfillment of the head of department or his or her duties, and the permanent secretary shall monitor and assess the head of department's performance in relation to directions and targets. Madam Speaker, if you read through the Constitution, Guatemala's Constitution, Order 2007, you would find the word permanent secretary in there once. Once. That should tell you something. So don't go around making a law. And there's one other thing I will say before I close, Madam Speaker. There's constant reference in this bill to the term. I'll just read one part here. To a term. This is under performance and appraisal of performance secretaries. It reads, before completing a performance appraisal, the Deputy Governor shall consult with the relevant minister. And that term, relevant minister, shows up many times. That term, it has connotations, Madam Speaker, that seems to be, in my view, it's kind of demeaning. I think the only term that should be used is minister. And if you use the term minister, it must naturally be referring to the topic at hand. This thing about relevant minister, it suggests that all the others are irrelevant. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the time that was given.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Junior Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Carl Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to make a brief contribution, and I will explain as I go along why the contribution today will be brief. But notwithstanding my intention to be brief, it certainly is not because this bill is not important, because I believe it to be one of the most important pieces of legislation that has come before us in this term. I've said on numerous occasions that as far as my personal objective and the objective of what I should believe should be the objective of, or one of the objectives of this Fifth House of Assembly, is the business of fixing government. Fixing government. The people that we serve are not satisfied. The Premier said rightly that a lot of time the blame comes on the persons who they elected, who they feel they have, and they do have, a level of control over. But it is not just the elected representative, it is the system of government that needs to be fixed. And I do commend both speakers who have gone before, the Premier for his comments and putting it in context, and then for the interrogation of this bill by the member for the 3rd District. One thing that I would say that I certainly agree with the member for the 3rd on is that this is a bill, not the typical bill, where the government presents something and the opposition perhaps points out its weaknesses. This bill, in my view, has such great implications that it's something that belongs to all of us. As he said, we shouldn't claim it, but at the end of the day, this is what's going to determine the interactions and how things work, and we must fix it, in my view, in as much of a collaborative manner as we've ever had anything, because this bill will determine how we conduct government and how we ensure effectiveness in doing this, not just for this government, but for succeeding governments as well. There's a need for an effective working relationship between the ministers and the public service. Early on in this term, the ministers and members of government, I should say, and senior public officers held a retreat with that very same aim in mind. They say, how can we make government more effective and serve the people better? The Honorable Deputy Premier was with me in organizing that, and I would say, unfortunately, Honorable Deputy Premier, I don't know that we've had the intended effect up to yet. But we will continue to strive to do so. The roles of ministers, governor, deputy governor, permanent secretaries, department heads, and the relationship are outlined here, and the questions of the systems for accountability, including even the terms of their employment, which is something that is critical in terms of whether or not you feel that someone has an impact as to whether you continue in your role, will make a difference as to how much you listen to that individual and act accordingly. Madam Speaker, this act seeks to address these things. And based on what's written, perhaps there are some things here that have moving in the right direction, but there are certainly a number of things, Madam Speaker, that I think would need to be addressed. There are some positive things in here, Madam Speaker, such as the Virgin Islands Public Service Learning Institute, because I believe that the service is lacking right now, Madam Speaker, as far as persons to succeed individuals who may be retiring. Oftentimes, we have a situation now in government where as soon as persons hit their 25, they're gone. And oftentimes, the person who's under them, whether or not they're ready, are pushed up into that role. Madam Speaker, we must do, I'm sure these persons have great potential, but we must do a better job of preparing them so that we can have effective government. In the bill, there are other things to be addressed, such as the role, as we continue to refine and define the role of the junior minister, a role that I find myself in. And there is a need, not just for during my term, but future terms, to determine how this role is carried out in this territory. Its relationship with departments, ministry staff, and so on. Now, this is why I say I would be brief, Madam Speaker, because I would suggest to the ministers, the members, I should say, that there are a couple of reasons to be brief on the debate. And I appreciate the place of debate in the democratic process. I appreciate the ability for us to ventilate and for our publics and those who sent us here to hear us. But Madam Speaker, this is such a critical bill. In fact, it should not have come to us in the timeline circumstances in which it has come, because it really needs considerable time. But I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, and to my honorable colleagues that the work here is going to be done in the committee. The work is going to be done in the committee. I think what the honorable member for the third has articulated, he has done an excellent job using his time excellently to present to us the real basic issues that there are with this bill. And I think the Premier also did a good job giving another perspective as well. But I believe, Madam Speaker, that the work will be done in the committees. And so I will seek to be brief and encourage others to do so that we can get to the work of fixing this bill. As I said, it's not because it doesn't deserve the time, because it does. It has serious, serious implications. But I would say to you, Madam Speaker, that time is what we do not have. We know full well we are in the context of a deadline, and we know full well that in addition to this important piece of legislation, there are several other pieces that we must also address. So I'm appealing, Madam Speaker, that we find the balance today between the function of the debate, which is a bedrock of the democratic process in which we're in, but also recognize that the work of the committee where we will negotiate this bill and seek to produce a bill that results in a level of function of government where the people of the Virgin Islands get the service that they deserve, that is where the work needs to be done. So, Madam Speaker, I would have contributed my thoughts, but also contributed by using less time to do so that we can more quickly get to the stage of committee work where we will do all that has to be done to produce this debate. Yes, Madam. I see you checking your watch over there, leader. Yes. Well, Madam Speaker, on that note, I thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member this time wish to debate? I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have my colleague on the other side. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I heard my colleague from the other side say we should be brief and correct this, make all the correction in committee stages. But Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to the Public Service Management Bill 2024. And if I had to rename it, I will call it the Public Service Colonial Management Bill. Madam Speaker, I don't believe that any member on the government side who know where this country came from and know where we're supposed to be going will basically agree to some of the things that are in this bill. Madam Speaker, I must begin by saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And there are some good intentions in this bill. But the bad intention is that you basically, the thing that our forefathers fought for, marched for, in 1950s or 1967 Constitution, it's being eroded in this bill, Madam Speaker. And if any one of us can't see that, then something is wrong with us. Something is totally wrong with us. Madam Speaker, the ministerial form of government and the ministers are being demonized in this bill. The mere fact that you're going to turn to a permanent secretary or head of department and says that matters that are not legal should not be considered. And basically, you're turning to the public service and telling them minister is going to come up with illegal things for them to do. But when you go into the deputy governor and the governor, none of that language is being used. So something is wrong with that level of thinking in my mind. So, Madam Speaker, we can't allow stuff like this to happen. And you heard the member for the third mention the Constitution. And I was a party, and I was part of, and I had my equal say with the deputy premier and everybody else who had a say. And the 2007 Constitution, if it was implemented, we would have gone a further distance. Madam Speaker, but there is no society in history or to come who will not have major problems. And the way the COI and Britain governor is dealing with this matter that we have before us, which is not right. It's not leading to progressive anything in this country. We're going to be here making laws, and we have made quite a bit of laws so far. And this is probably the most colonial one that we see that came before us, that taking us backward. And these things are only going to help the very people that send us here to represent them. Madam Speaker, the Public Service Management Bill as it is, I will just call it an improved version of general orders. There's nothing more. And it's all aimed as basically demoting the legislative process in this country and making ministers, I don't want to use the word that came to mind, and making ministers useless. Because there is in the Constitution that the member for the third mentioned, there are some clauses in brackets in both 56 and 38. It says 56.5, and I heard the Premier mention that it's contrary to the Constitution, but if you pass this is where all of this comes into effect. In brackets it says, subject to this Constitution and any other law. So your argument where ministerial, the ministers are responsible for the operation and direction of the ministries. If you pass this, then we are basically, making ministers not responsible and not accountable for the ministries and department under their control. So I think the COI, Madam Speaker, the more you look at what is happening, has seen this clause. It's both here in 56 and it's back in clause 38, the responsibility of the deputy governor. So that's the clause they're using, in my mind, to give more authority and ministerial authority to the deputy governor. Madam Speaker, I don't think we could allow this to happen. This is not progress. This is not progress, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier mentioned B36, the public service management. There was a code, and they recognized that probably the code was not sufficient. And so they asked you to pass an act. And I know the members of cabinet probably can't argue as loudly as they possibly can in cabinet, so they bring it here so we can lend our voices to theirs in order to, so that the people who are listening to us, I understand the Charlotte Hornets. They're not here, so I don't know who else is listening to us. There was no report that. Madam Speaker, if they're listening to us, and some of us on this side, we have been ministers on many occasions, and we can see through some of this stuff. Don't take it for granted, member for the force. Going in a committee stage without their hearing what are the problems. Nobody, they are basically having the public on their side. We are not. So this is an opportunity for the public to come on our side. So they can understand that if we allow these things to happen the way they want it to happen, they'll be worse off. Because if you go back before we had a constitution, but not the 50s, the 67 constitution, you realize from since 67, we have made tremendous progress. They had it for much, much more years. We couldn't get a hospital, we couldn't get a high school, we couldn't get anything. And they're not different. Just look at what happened around the globe. We had a major hurricane here, not one, Irma, Maria, and the flood. The government, we were like out there begging. They're willing to guarantee a $300 million loan for us. But something that happened down the road in, I think it was South Africa or someplace, they gave them $50 billion. But we got a ship, we got stuff coming, and that's it. Nothing to help us build our infrastructure back, nothing. So, Madam Speaker, it is clear the history of these people. When we take control of our country and we do the things that are necessary and we use the resources properly in the interest of building our country, we do better, a lot better than if they're in control. Yeah, it so happened that today the deputy governor, well, we have in the constitution because we make sure we put it in that it must be a local person. We did put that in the Constitution, we fought for it. But it's not about the person in the position, it's about the position and what they're trying to use the position to do to us. And Madam Speaker, this bill, it is subtle, It is very subtle, but you can see it. It's I don't know, because Julian and I and Lana, we are up in age that we can see these things clearly. You know? No, but it is clear. It is clear. And people who, those of us who are elected, Madam Speaker, that none of us in here are perfect. Not one. Put up your hand, Carl. Because see, Carl didn't put up his hand, so no one is up in here is perfect. So, Madam Speaker, to use our imperfection to control us is not right. Yes, the last premier did a bunch of foolishness. All along the globe, you have people doing foolishness. But you don't destroy a whole people because one or two people are doing the wrong things. You can't do that. And that's what they're doing to us. Madam Speaker, the bill before us, there's a lot of good things. I heard the Premier say that when the civil servants go out in the private sector, they perform exceptional. But I know some civil servants who went out in the private sector and they came back home because they couldn't handle it out there. I understand that one or two made it. But Madam Speaker, you know, I don't know if I see this thing differently because I have been in semi-public service, the electricity corporation, where the management and everybody, you had to be accountable and responsible for what was happening. And in the private sector, and I am in government, I try to bring that, but I can see the role of a minister being eroded. Are you going to come in here and make a lot of noise, and we're going to, if anybody in the opposition, regardless of who are ministers, and this is allowed, you'll be getting licks all day, all night, and you'll be telling us that we're being unreasonable. We're not unreasonable because you at government brought a bill, and you're going to have 7 members to approve it if you try to do it in this way. So if you're not 7, you need to call 2. Because we cannot, on this side, in all good conscience, those of us who have ministerial experience, allow this to happen. You know, so you're gonna have to forgive us. You know, you have 5 of us out there with ministerial experience. So basically, we know that this can't work because if the people send us here, we went out there with a manifesto saying we're gonna pave the road from Eastern, Western, Borgigata, Adjustment Dykes with gold. And we come in here and we have a system that can't assist us in accomplishing that task. That's where the problem is. So, Madam Speaker, it is important for us to understand that when we look at I think we should stop trying to, there is no one system that is perfect. You know, if you take all the system, the democratic, the socialist, the communist, there are good things in all of them to help people, to help countries. But when you just accept one and leave out the good that the others are offering, for example, take communism. This social development department and the things we want to do to people, that's what they do. That's what they're good at. So why don't we learn how they get help to people who need help through their system? The other part of it where everybody is equal, then to me the human entrepreneurial spirit and stuff will be less. So that's where the capitalist system comes into being, you know. But Madam Speaker, it's so happened that the Westminster system, where you deal with this civil service and things stuff, versus the presidential system, where you walk in with your entourage and when you leave with them. You know, which one is better? You know, but so therefore, as a country, a territory that's trying to be a country, we need to pick the best of each of these things and put them in a document. Because it works. And Madam Speaker, if we do those things, I think we will have a very good country. It is true that we argue against ourselves sometimes, but that is healthy. Because if you go in a room and everybody agreeing with you, that don't make no sense. And in a lot of instances, you don't get the best, what you call it, but the national soup is? I want to say pea soup. You don't get the best pea soup if you allow me to make the pea soup. I hang up on the salt in it and wash out all the salt out of the. So therefore, a group of could get what you want. So don't mind sometimes we are arguing against you. We will. That's our job. That's what the Westminster system say our job is. But it's not personal in my mind, and it's all about what's best for this country. Because some of us, well, he went to New York. Lorna and I, we stayed here, and we got some of the best thing this country offers. And my little bit of time I have left, I want to make sure that the people coming after us could have a good time. It is true that the Premier believes that non-stop parties is having a good time. But you hear what Shaggy said? The Premier? Life is one big party when you're still young. But there's a price to be paid for it when it's all done. So relax. No, it was as Shaggy said. And you wonder where I know Shaggy from, right? Okay. Madam Speaker, I too want to this bill again. This bill against doesn't, even we went in the Constitution, Madam Speaker, and create a national, the National Security Council, and we ensure that there were two ministers, one governor and the commissioner of police. So we have, and they vote. Only the governor and the ministers vote on issues. But you should be, on crime, you should be together, not against each other. But some of the things that are happening, and the thing the pastor mentioned that happened last night, we as a legislature, we as a government, we are acting like we are totally to do anything and say anything about crime in this country. And it's getting worse, and I understand it's going to get worse. Madam Speaker, this is one of the subjects that the governor is responsible for. But the people can't hear anything in the legislature. The legislature cannot hear anything. What are the plans? The minister who sits on the National Security Council doesn't come in here and brief us on what are the plans for us to help solve some of the. I don't know if you could solve some of it, but at least address it and let's stop it from happening. It is serious, and I don't want to go that far. Some of us get caught up in it. Because some of us are in those places where these things are happening. Except Fraser, Madam Speaker, sorry. Mr. Madam Speaker, crime, national security is serious in this country. And you get things on social media where people are complaining, you know, gangsters from Tortola gone to Trinidad to do this and all kind of stuff is happening around us. And it seemed to me like we are the nucleus or the focal point of all of this. Madam Speaker, I don't know what we can do, but we have a National Security Council that was created in 2007, and we need to hear from them, what are we doing? The public out there is scared. I am scared. Julian is not. But, Madam Speaker, we need to do something. I want to make sure. Madam Speaker, and again, we're dealing with this stuff in the eve of, I don't know who invited them, I think the Premier did. If I'm wrong, correct me, please. The Committee on Decolonization that has asked to meet with, I think, I understand, the members of the opposition. I don't know if collectively or individually. But, Madam Speaker, if we're going to do these things in light of all of these bills and stuff that are coming before this House, and in relation to this bill, you know, we need to know, we need to know what the government has been discussing, you know, you want us to go there with a totally different view. So somebody needs to tell us what needs to happen, you know. So if Madam Speaker, if we're going to be trying to assist in building our country and moving our country along to self-determination, and I totally agree with the member for the third. You know, we should have been further along. We should have been right here, ready to move into self-determination. But don't underestimate what has happened to us in 2022. It was. Don't underestimate it. And whenever we doing this now, and I guarantee you in a week or two there will be a negative news report out of Britain talking about how BVI and a former premier in 11 years, that's going to come out. And you're wondering if it's not a coordinated effort to demonize us, and they're doing a good job of it right now. And they're doing that job, so this bill, Madam Speaker, that before this House becomes more realistic. And it is not in this country's interest to go back to the colonial years. It's not. And they know this is colonialism. They know it. Madam Speaker, they're using the deputy governor position, a local person, and he's going to get the brunt of everything. And he can't run away from it because this is what this bill is saying. He's going to get it from the public, he's going to get it from the elected officials. And he even has control over the constitutional established positions. Nobody mentioned it, but down someplace in the back, he has control over that. Madam Speaker, this is setting up one of our bright sons in a bad position. And he's my friend, he's my good friend, and I hope he's listening to me. Do not allow them to do it to you, my friend. This cannot work. I know you're dependent on me to change it, but I can't change it alone. I hope you talk to others in this House. So, Madam Speaker, I don't want to be much longer because I think the member for the third did a fantastic job in pointing out all the flaws that I consider in this bill. You know, the only thing I will mention is that we had a past history, Madam Speaker, of when we don't like somebody, like the minister, member for the third, when he was the minister, would say, you don't like somebody in your position and where they are, then you create a position and you send them off into the pasture. That's a better word. Into the pasture to do nothing but eat grass, and sometimes they can't get it digest. So, Madam Speaker, I like, you know, and I must say I like the position where heads of department and PSAs and contracts. I like that. You don't, but I like it because I see how it works because I was in the semi-private sector, and it works. It works. It is true that if you're a good PS, you will be there. If you're a good PS, you will be there because there's a renewal process. So I don't have no problem with that. You know, but at least at the end of 5 years, you can evaluate the performance and either move them along or move them out of the system. Because right now the system, and it ain't just started. For years it's been backed up with unproductive people. I know don't get me wrong, you know, there are some good people. But if you have a good supply of water, and the pipes them too small, you get the water to a lot of places. That's how it works. But if you could get some of the bigger pipes in, get people, the system will work perfectly, and you'll get water all over the place, and the public will be satisfied. So, Madam Speaker, I like that part of the bill because, you know, I look at it that in 10 years, most people get burned out in 10 years. And if you leave the AG there for 10 years, she get burned out. She herself will get fed up and probably move on. So, Madam Speaker, let us don't underestimate. That's why I said there's good things and there's things that are not so good in this bill. And I started out with saying the road to hell is paved with good intention. But we got to pick out those bad things so we can get to heaven and not hell. Those of us who have Christian faith. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to talk a bit about, not much, responsibility and accountability. They're two different things, no? They're two different things. I wasn't here, but let me use the topic of the day, the $20 million mistake. Topic of the day. I can't hold the Premier, because I had ministerial responsibility, I can't hold him accountable for what has happened, but I can hold him responsible. So they're two different things, and if he doesn't act, perceive as acting, then he has to be responsible and accountable. You have to take on both roles because you're implicit in what is happening. But we depending on him, he's the one who has to act. And if you're telling me any position, and it's in the Constitution again, any Madam Speaker, and it seems like it's being eroded out of this bill. It's being eroded out of this bill. Any senior position, any PS position, the Premier must be consulted. And I think the word wasn't just walking down the road and grumbling something to you, and then that's consultation. That was not how it was written. He has to be consulted on all major appointments. And that's being eroded out of in this bill. Because while it's in the Constitution, the bracketed clause I just mentioned, Madam Speaker, says that if a law exists, then this becomes null and void. So, Madam Speaker, I hope I have covered my thing, but we cannot go back now, Madam Speaker. We cannot afford to go back now, in spite of what has happened, what has happened to us as a people in the country. We cannot allow the Charlotte Hornets and any other person or any other group of people to take us back. We can't allow it to happen, Madam Speaker. And any governor, any minister who wants to be reasonable and they approach while being reasonable, understand the context of where this country came from and where it's supposed to be going, cannot disagree that this bill is sending us backward. It is sending us backward. And we need to stop it, and this is the place to stop it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Whitley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give my comments on Public Service Management Bill, and I think besides myself, there are only a few in this House that are career public officers, the Deputy Premier being one. So I think we may probably bring a slightly different perspective to this bill that we have before us. Madam Speaker, I want to make one slight correction to what somebody said, because this bill is tied very closely to B36 of the COI. But I happen to know for a fact that this started around 2017. It didn't just start last week. It's been 7 years in the making. And I think I could only guess one of the reasons why it is taking so long, because this bill has the potential to change the service completely. And by the service, it's going to change the way this country functions. So we have to give it very close consideration. It's going to change life as we know it in this country, or it has the potential. And as you hear members giving their perspective on things in this bill that concerns them. Madam Speaker, general orders. It was said that this here replaces general orders, but it doesn't necessarily replace general orders. You have to look at where general orders came from, and it came out of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, what this whole bill is attempting to do is to operationalize the Constitution. And this starts with general orders, which came out of Section 61D, if I'm correct with the Constitution. That gave rise to general orders. The Constitution provides a general framework, but it doesn't go into how things are supposed to happen. And that's what this bill here is attempting to do, is to create some how. So when the Constitution told the governor he is in charge of terms and conditions, it didn't say how he must go about it. It just said he must do it. And that's what general orders attempted to do. But Madam Speaker, more than one section in the Constitution refers to the public service and how the country runs. And this bill here tries to tie all of them together so that the how of the Constitution is realized. Madam Speaker, how many persons ever went to a government office and went to two different persons with the same question and got two very different answers? Because things were not standardized. The operation aspects were not clear. This document here is attempting to address that. But Madam Speaker, we have two, I said it before, we have two opposing philosophies that governs the public service. the public servants themselves, who are permanent and pensionable, hard-working, dedicated public officers, who after 25 years can retire and go and have a comfortable life. And then you have the elected representatives who don't have a 25-year lifespan. For the most part, 4. And even those who survive more than 4 years may not be ministers. They may be backbenchers or opposition. So the point of view an elected person brings to the public service is very different to what a public servant may have. Because the minister gets in there, and if he's ambitious, there are things he's trying to do. The elected person, they're trying to do things because the public send them in this house to improve their lives and to make some changes in their respective districts. And they're only guaranteed for the most part 4 years. So you get in 4 years and all these pie in the sky or whatever it is you promised your constituents, you intend to do them. So here you are on your 4-year span, working with somebody with a 25-year span. So you're bringing 2 different thoughts to how, what, and when things should happen. And it naturally creates conflict, naturally. And I think this document here is trying to bring some clarity to how the 4-year plan and the 25-year plan will mesh together for the benefit of the people. Because that's what we're all sent here to do, to make sure that the things we do benefit this country, and that's why we have these debates, and that's why debates are so important. Because there are 13 of us in here, we all have different experiences. Like I said, I'm coming from a public servant point of view, having spent 25 years on the other side of this, where I too had 25 years for a program, and I work with elected persons who have a 4-year program. But nothing really clarified how those 2 systems they're supposed to gel together. And anybody who are strong in their mind, whether a public officer or a minister, they're going to have these conflicts. And when they have conflicts, the public usually loses. The Premier mentioned the concept of accountability. And he's correct. Accountability to me is sometimes lacking in certain parts of the service. It's called a public service for one reason, to serve the public. When the public needs something done, that's what the public service is there for. But who's holding all those persons listed in here accountable? Usually the elected persons are the ones who find themselves on the rough end of the stick. Because if after 4 years your report card ain't too hot, it may be removed from that class of person called elected. But then the service, the person delivering the service, who the elected person, who the people don't vote for, have absolutely no recourse with them. And they're named in here from deputy governor down. You don't vote for them, you vote for us in here. But we have to work with a service to deliver. I said, you're going to butt heads when the philosophy is different. And I think this public service management bill is an attempt to do that, to make things smoother. And if you go through the bill, a lot of it refers back to the Constitution. Because like I said, it is trying to operationalize the Constitution. The Constitution has given a framework of what should happen. It doesn't necessarily say why or how. And this is a good effort to make that a little clearer. Madam Speaker, right now the public service is governed by loose pieces of legislation, like the Service Commissions Act and its regulations, the Public Service Management Code, and so forth. This here subsumes all of them. So instead of going all over the place, you can get most of what you need in this one document here. What this document is attempting to do, and we should be very, very careful with, is going to decide what a public service looks like in the future and how the public service functions. I look at it more like a proposal, and we are here to look at this proposal and go through it and figure out the best possible outcome that solves both the needs of the elected persons and those of the public servants. I remember when we had a meeting with some of the senior officers on this here, clearly their perspective was clearly from a public service point of view. That's what they are, the technocrats. The persons who wrote this here are public officers or technocrats. They're not elected. We didn't write this. But it's before us now. Because they're going to have it more or less from their perspective and their point of view. But like I said, nobody voted for them. They voted for us. So we must take this here now and see how we could add in our perspective. And we're not saying what they said was bad. We're just saying it might not necessarily solve our purpose or purposes as elected persons. Because they're going to see it from strictly from their point of view. And if you're going to change how the public service looks and functions, let's get a better outcome than the one we have now. Let's make sure it is better. Then when the public tries to get services, they're efficient. Standard is good. Succession is there. Nothing worse than when you go to an office to do something, the person on vacation, and nobody in it seems to know what is going on. No. Let's try to improve those kinds of things. Or depending on who's there at the time, you get one answer. You ask the next person, because when you go back, the person's on lunch. You ask the other person the same question, and they give you a different answer. So I think by this document here, I can try to answer those kind of deficiencies in the public service. And you know the numbers that we hear about, sadly, persons I would say, there's only a few numbers public servants like 15th, 30th, 25, paid in retirement. And it shouldn't be so, because they should be accountable to produce stuff all the time. And it seems sometimes like persons don't hold others accountable. You apply for non-belongers, 6 months pass, 7 months pass, 8 months pass, and nobody could tell you where it is. I could go on down like any government service. You could go to and apply for a service, something you can't get an answer, or depends on who's there, what time of the day it is, and so forth. And it should not be so. If the service is here to serve the public, and if we are elected, and we are elected to serve the public, then we have to find that common ground, Madam Speaker, between the elected persons and the public servants. We're not here to fight with them, and they aren't here to fight with us, because we must work together. We have to find that balance between our ambitions, our mandate, and that of the public servants and the community. And for persons to think they could take something so important for their own personal empowerment, I think it is wrong. We should all find our place neatly, how to work together to make this country a better place. Madam Speaker, the member for the leader of the opposition talk about, he mentioned, and he rightfully so. Whenever we were given a chance to make our own laws, and it started from the time we restored the House of Assembly in 1950, we've always ended up with progress in this country. Whenever we were given more autonomy, we made more progress. Down to grant and aid in 1978, where we no longer needed external assistance like that. And ever since then, it's been great and greater progression. But Madam Speaker, what we never necessarily did, we didn't do a very good job of, is to decide where we are really going. What is the end game for the progress we started to make from 1950, 78, these significant years, up until now? And the answer should be very clear to us where we're trying to go, which is for more self-determination into, call it independence, whatever you want to call it, but to a point where we are the ones taking care of ourselves. And it starts with these kinds of legislation that are building institutions for accountability. You say it took 7 years for this to get here. It could be a bit longer. But here we are now with this here, they're supposed to improve accountability. They're supposed to improve standards, supposed to build our institutions to lead us also in one direction, going for more self-autonomy. And we shouldn't be afraid to call for more self-autonomy, because that's where we're heading. We are building things for a reason. There's a bigger picture at play here. But it's not about individuals. It's about where, as a country, as a people, we need to go. Nothing is perfect, you heard it. No one is perfect. And we're going to take our time and go through it, class by class. And I wouldn't waste the public's time on certain things because we're going to fix and change those things in committee stage. But Madam Speaker, one of the things that was left out, and whether it's intentional or is simply assumed to exist, is where does this fit into the National Sustainable Development Plan? And the reason why I say that because they're talking about ministers doing X, Y, Z, but ministers don't work in isolation. Ministers work according to the mandate of the government. And the government should be in the framework of the National Sustainable Development Plan. So things aren't left to individuals. We have to know where we are going. And that plan sets out the general framework, and all these things, they must fit into it. So for persons who feel they can use this document to hijack responsibility or power, I don't think it is the right or sensible thing to do. Madam Speaker, Section 2, 10.2, functions of the Deputy Governor. In carrying out his or her functions, the Deputy Governor, A, shall act independently and is not subject to the direction of any other person or authority other than the Governor pursuant to the Constitution. That's because nearly every clause in here refers back to the Constitution, you know. Because like I said, I say it often, this document here, its primary intention is to operationalize the Constitution. We are currently going through a constitutional review, and we should see this document also in light of that constitutional review, because some things in there need to change. Some things in there need to change if we're going to advance ourselves as a people. And I think this section here clearly shows. Let's look at what the Constitution says in there. Maybe we need to start tweaking those things. We made some changes before. It's time to go to the next step. And Madam Speaker, there's a heavy, what can I call it, twist in here on health and safety. And the Constitution does speak to a healthy environment. I think it's often ignored as if we should do it just because. But the Constitution itself speaks to health and safety and a good and healthy environment. And Madam Speaker, I get a lot of complaints about environmental, I guess all of us in here get complaints about environmental situations that are bothering our people. In fact, over the weekend I had a call because this gentleman was home trying to rest himself, and there was somebody spraying not too far from his house. And we get several complaints like this, where persons feel it's okay to just do what they want. I know we don't have zoning in the country, and people do what they want on the property they have until where they want them to go. But I think we have to be more considerate though. Everybody, Section 29 of the Constitution speaks to that environmental aspect. You cannot be in your place but violating somebody else's right. Certain things, fires, open fires, fiberglassing, spraying stuff, it travels. So we have to be very mindful of these things here. And it's mentioned a lot in here and given to specific persons. I think it's everybody's business, a clean environment. Now, Speaker, I said this document has the potential to really change the way the service looks and how the service functions. And Section 14, appointment of permanent secretaries. This is almost a shock to the system. The appointment of a permanent secretary shall be on a contractual basis for a term of employment not exceeding 5 years in the first instance, and the terms and conditions of employment of a permanent secretary shall be in accordance with Section 60 and Section 92 of the Constitution. I wonder how permanent secretaries really feel about that. I don't think it's not the norm. It's not the way they normally get there. It's something we have to really consider. Is this the way we really want to go? Yes. Is this the way we want to go? Do we want it to be the way it is now? Where you enter the service, you get your education, you may start as an AS or DS and work your way up, and now they see your potential as a PS material, and then you get there. the service will have a very different approach to this than elected persons, that I guarantee you. So you got to figure out which medium is the best one that serves this country best. Not necessarily serving the service or the minister, but which one, which medium, which partnership. What it needs to look like to get the best out of a minister and his permanent secretary for the advancement of this country. Section 6 of the same section. Upon the conclusion of a contractual appointment under this section, an individual is entitled to return to their substantive role or grade or to another suitable position for which they are qualified. And so this reminds me of the RDA, when they started the RDA and then moved public officers into the RDA under very different conditions and then tell them, well, when the RDA is wrapped up, just move it back into the public service, but didn't provide any clarity on how to work. At least here, you have a little bit of comfort that you won't be left out in the dark. It's an improvement to what I've seen happen in the past to persons who will ensure change. Performance agreements and appraisals, that's a standard thing. Now, look at the adjustment must come from both sides, and there must be a middle ground between the elected persons and the public service, because depending on what the end of this ends up to be in committee stage, you could have some radical changes in the look of the public service and how elected persons function. And because it's been said many times in here, that it seems like the way things are heading, by the time we are done, ministers will have absolutely no power. I can't say necessarily agree with that position, but it's something for us to be mindful of. When persons elect us and send us to do a job, they have some confidence in us that we can do the job. And when we get legislation that members feel threatens members' usefulness in here, we have to pay attention. We absolutely have to pay attention. And I know sometimes persons have strong wills, I must say. Declaration of interest, that's relatively new for some officers. Some persons don't feel that, we are private people, that they need to tell anybody what they have, who they're connected to. Reporting of, section 49, reporting of alleged misconduct. This is quite timely because we're currently in the first phase of the Whistleblower Act, again, which has been around since 2021, to bring it into force to give persons the avenue for which they can report certain things on their workplace for improved services. Madam Speaker, I'm wrapping up now. But the last thing I'd underscore there was the matter of health and safety, and I did express my concern earlier. When 76, it says, the Chief Medical Officer, may in consultation with the head of the public service, order the closure of an office or department where a health and safety risk arises in the public service. This, it concerns me very much, Madam Speaker, that you have one government entity with the power to close down another entity. I always feel it should be an outside, in my opinion, it should be an outside entity with that kind of power, because it makes the government liable on both sides, if you ask me. Madam Speaker, the member for the third has done a great job elucidating and giving his opinion and his views on the various sections. I will now take my seat. But before I do, as was mentioned, I took an invitation to meet with the Committee on Decolonization, C24, who should be here, I think, 26 to 28, I think. Madam Speaker, let us not make this trip in vain. We are among a few countries in this world still colonized. About 17, okay? Yeah, it used to be a whole lot more. And let's not waste a person's time. At Master persons, if you're invited to go out and make your views known. Our current position is not meant to be permanent and not meant to be snailed walk either. Let's get on with this thing that we need to do of getting our country move forward for more self-determination let's build our institutions, let's fix the things that need to fix so we can move as a people to where we need to get to. So, Madam Speaker, those few words, I will now take my seat.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lend my voice to this debate on the Public Service Management Bill. And Madam Speaker, the discussions today, they're surrounding this bill, which is a pivotal initiative aimed at modernizing the public service. Madam Speaker, the bill emphasizes robust health and safety protocols. It revitalizes the Human Resources Department. It also seeks to address the limitations on our long-standing general orders. Madam Speaker, I do have a few questions as I go into the bill, because of some of those things I'm wondering if they should be included in this bill. We speak about general orders. I think general orders derive from a policy or maybe through regulations given to the governor. Well, Madam Speaker, be it as it may, we are here, and we will examine the governance structure that will best support these reforms, but while ensuring accountability and efficiency. I know the Premier spoke a whole lot about accountability, and where the Minister of Health basically ended off in terms of health and safety. I think it's good that that is being prioritized, especially for our public officers. I think that is paramount. I know within the bill it gives the Deputy Governor the ability to instruct, and this falls under Section 11. Ensuring a secure operating environment for our public servants. Madam Speaker, this is not merely a legal obligation, but a moral imperative to protect those who serve our territory. And we must consider the special needs of workers operating, especially in hazardous conditions. Properly addressing health and safety means that our public officers should not only have a safe working environment, but also the necessary infrastructure to support their well-being. This includes ensuring the appropriate medical checks that are in place to monitor their health regularly and to identify any potential risk. And unfortunately, we've been losing quite a lot of our public officers lately, especially at Public Works Department. I think we've lost 5 members in recent times. So, hence the reason I want to highlight the importance of health and safety. Madam Speaker, I also just want to remind that Part 9 of the Labor Code also speaks to health and safety and welfare in the workplace. So the comments I am making is not just in favor of civil servants, but equally valid to persons subject to the Labor Code and those also in the private sector. So we must invest in safety training, protective equipment, and emergency response protocols that are tailored to the unique challenges faced by different roles within our public service. So by prioritizing these measures, we foster a culture of care and respect that is vital for resilient public service, where every officer should feel valued and protected. Madam Speaker, the reformation of human resources. I think this is a critical aspect of this bill. And I firmly believe that it should not take the modernization of this bill to bring about the necessary changes to such a critical department. HR processes must function like a well-oiled machine, comparable in efficiency to any other organization. Madam Speaker, for far too long, our HR processes have been marred by delays and inefficiencies. So in Section 26 and 27 of the bill, it introduces a structured and time management practices that will be overseen by the director, ensuring fairness and efficiency. This approach should evaluate our public service to a standard. As was mentioned earlier, we have some public officers that thrive in the public sector and in the private sector, but this should be where you can operate whether in the private or public workforce. Madam Speaker, I want to move on to the outdated frameworks. For instance, historically, our public service, they've operated under general orders. Madam Speaker, these are outdated and ill-equipped for this modern governance. I think they were introduced in 1971 and amended in 1982. And since then, we've had nothing pertaining to general orders. And like I mentioned earlier, I think some of the things that are in this bill, this should have fallen in line or modernized general orders. But we understand that this bill, public service bill, is a part of what was recommended in the Commission of Inquiry, and therefore it has come forth. Because this bill proposes a comprehensive overhaul, replacing those ancient framework. What I like in this bill, Madam Speaker, is the establishment of the Virgin Islands Public Service Learning Institute. It's in Part 7 of the bill, and it underscores the commitment to continuous learning and development, ensuring our public officers are well equipped for the challenges that they will face. Madam Speaker, in Section 3 of Section 38, it speaks to the Public Service Association. And I want to express my strong belief that its leadership should reflect a democratic process that includes all public officers. I don't think anyone should be excluded from this civil service association that would be on the executive branch of the association. So, experienced public officers, excluding them from leadership, I think it would hinder the association's ability to advocate effectively for its members. Well, Madam Speaker, I am not sure, though, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure even why the Civil Service Association should be in a bill. I'm not sure why it's here. Those are things that should be policies, and those frameworks should be worked out and not prescriptive in this bill. Madam Speaker, I know we have a history. Members, we like to speak about how we see in other places when we do travel. I know I was in Bermuda some time back, Madam Speaker, and I observed how well coordinated the public services are. Efficient waste management, healthcare system, infrastructure. And what I noticed after doing some research is that a key aspect of Bermuda's governance model is that the head of the public service is an independent individual who is appointed by the governor. This person does not manage any department. They're not a permanent secretary. So to me, Madam Speaker, this structure in Bermuda clearly separates powers. And it seems to be an effective structure that is set in place. I said that to say, Madam Speaker, that in this new bill, it speaks to the head of the public service. We are now naming the deputy governor the head of the public service. First of all, Madam Speaker, I think we got the cat before the horse, because many members who have spoken, we've spoken about referring to the Constitution. And I think the Constitution is clear what happens with the governor, his responsibilities, what is delegated, and so forth. So it seems like the tenets of the Constitution we have totally ignored, and we are now doing our own thing within this bill that is basically a bit contrary to the Constitution. So I think even before this bill, the way it's crafted, we should have completed our constitutional review and make sure that what we are trying to change now was properly addressed within our Constitution. So, again, we are here. The reform said that we are here, we committed to them, and we are now working to pass this bill. Let me draw an example, Madam Speaker. I am a minister. I have a permanent secretary. I have quite a few departments, units, statutory bodies that falls within the purview of the Ministry of Communications and Works. We are now going to name the deputy governor the head of the public service. The deputy governor, as is right now, not the person, the deputy governor's office, have responsibilities for the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force, Civil Registry and Passport Office, Department of Disaster Management, Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, Supreme Court and the Commercial Court, the Magistrate Court, the Department of Human Resources and Training Division, the Attorney General's Chambers and Law Reform Commission, the Virgin Islands Public Service Learning Institution, Archives and Record Management, Office of the Supervisor of Elections, Sister Islands Program Unit, Asset Management and Public Estate Unit, commissions, associated bodies are FIA, Teaching Learning, Teaching Service Commission, Judicial Legal Services Commission, National Disaster Management Council, Police Service Commission, and the Public Service Commission. Madam Speaker, since the 29th of April 2022, we've seen many instances where discretion, certain ministries had too much discretion. We've taken away some discretion. We've put the responsibilities in bodies and so forth. But now, Madam Speaker, we are now adding an additional set of responsibilities to the Deputy Governor's office. So, Madam Speaker, me reflecting on Bermuda's governance structure, it becomes evident to me that their model allows for a coherent and accountable public service. The independence of the head of their public service ensures that governance and administrations are kept distinct. I think this is crucial for maintaining effective oversight and accountability. I think with us assigning these roles as this lies, it could lead to some ambiguity around our leadership roles, complicating the elected government's ability to respond to the needs of our constituents. And you know what, we went out there selling ourselves to tell the people that we want to achieve. So, Madam Speaker, I think we should consider, this is my opinion, that we should consider the head of our public service to maybe be the Public Service Commission. Now, this is a body that is made up of representatives assigned by the governor, by the leader of the opposition, by the premier, that represent all aspects of the community. Right now, the PSC, the Public Service Commission, it deals with various aspects of the public service. Because when you look at assigning the deputy governor this role, you know, we have to consider what we are doing, because with the deputy governor having as much responsibilities as a minister, we could nearly say that the deputy governor is a minister with all the responsibilities that is there. So he'll be an unofficial, unelected, basically minister, but still with the powers to decide what is happening with your permanent secretary. You would have to go to the deputy governor, who also have a permanent secretary, to, as the bill speaks to, the performance appraisal and various aspects. I just think it's worth us considering as we are at this stage in this debate. So, Madam Speaker, those are just my concerns. If we are speaking about good governance, we are speaking about transparency, you know. I heard one member spoke about when they didn't want a department or a unit, they give it away to the deputy governor. Now the deputy governor now has more responsibilities than a minister. we have the Department of the Disaster Management Bill sitting because there is this concern that Section 60 of the Constitution is infringed upon if the DDM goes with a minister. Well, why don't we have these same concerns about naming the deputy governor the head of the public service? I think the solution is just the same way the governor approves everything that based on the public service commission. I think we should try to emulate that model as it's done in Bermuda. They assign a head of their public service who is now responsible for transformation, for reform, terms and conditions, and so forth. And I say that because we always like to watch what other people are doing. So why not adopt that and just go a little further? Madam Speaker, I think we should consider, as I mentioned, empowering the Public Service Commission, because then the roles would be clear. There'll be no ambiguity surrounding the roles of a deputy governor and a minister. As we know now, it's not any clear delineation between, the authorities and for effective governments. We talk a lot about self-determination. I think we could prove it right here. We talk about the C-24 coming in. Let's do it here now as we have the power. I think this is moving in the direction of empowering ourselves as well as empowering an independent commission to manage the public service functions. I think this falls right in line with good governance. And I can't say community aspiration, but I'm sure if we give the public the opportunity to weigh in, they might fall in line and say, yes, I think that's a good idea. Madam Speaker, I think this bill, it does represent a transformation of general orders and all the policies surrounding public service. And I think at this stage, as we go into the committee stages, we can, make some amendments where necessary, as we have all understood, even from the Premier noting that it's not a perfect bill. And we know that it's not a perfect bill, but we now would have the ability to make those changes, to make it a bill, when we put all minds together, to make it something that we all would be proud about and not retarding us before we had even had a ministerial structure in place. So, Madam Speaker, I urge members to consider, and I look forward to the committee stage where we speak more on this public service bill. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, at this time, we will take the lunch break and resume at 3 p.m. We will recess until 3 p.m. This House now resumes its sitting. Good afternoon, everyone. I recognize the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contributions on this bill before this Honorable House, the Public Service Management Bill 2024. And Madam Speaker, I must first acknowledge the presentations that have been carried out by the member for the 3rd District and the Leader of the Opposition, together with the member from the 5th District and Minister for Communication and Works. Madam Speaker, of recent, I am finding myself reading these pieces of legislation, all 76 pages, and then thoughts coming to me after I would have made notes. And Madam Speaker, this particular quote, I believe, applies to this legislation or this bill before us. And it is John Maxwell who says that inspiration in its purest form of leadership. Inspiration is the purest form of leadership. And then a wise man added, those who cannot lead by inspiration resort to manipulation, intimidation, and seduction. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition stated that the road to hell is paved with good intention. The member for the 3rd began his debate and spoke about the fact that we are walking back years of constitutional advancement and progress in this country with this piece of legislation. And Madam Speaker, as I said, I understand over the 9+ years that I've been here that if you don't read and comprehend what you're reading onto perception, you might miss it based on those who are interpreting what you're supposed to be reading for yourself. So if I was to listen to those who didn't read it or want me to agree with it, it would appear that this bill is good and it's transformational and it is doing all the things necessary to transform the civil services and modernize this and modernize that, Madam Speaker. But the essence of this bill hardly does that. Madam Speaker, this bill and these pieces of legislation that relate to the COI and some pre-COI have been coming with what I would call high-tech clauses that are hidden in words and hidden in different interpretations. Since I've been asking 2015 in this House about the uncollected revenue in this country and us trying to curtail the amount of uncollected revenue, which at that time in 2015 was about $50 million, to recently asking that question again last week when we were doing the SAP of number 1 of 2024, to state that 9 years later we still have not addressed such an issue. And I asked the question over and over, Madam Speaker, when are we going to do an audit on the public service? Not a financial audit, Madam Speaker, but a human resource type audit for efficiency and effectiveness. And the more I ask that question, the more I get how many reasons why it can't happen or should happen, etc., Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, from the onset of my contributions, I want to make it abundantly clear that I am not, my comments are not addressed towards any individual person. I am speaking towards systems, and I am speaking towards the offices of the persons that hold such office. So, Madam Speaker, if I start in this bill in section 5, my immediate points that I highlighted came in section 5, where it dealt with the minister's role and what ministers, as far as I understand the Virgin Islands Constitution Order of 2007, to dictate the powers that ministers should have. I realized that ministers, including junior ministers, Madam Speaker, are being relegated, Madam Speaker, to a regular individual. And the office of the deputy governor is being elevated to have powers that are similarly on the same wavelength as the governor. And Madam Speaker, as I said, I've been paying attention to the narrative. Now, I must state that this is my perspective and my position. The recommendations of the COI, number 1, dictate that there will be an order in council to suspend the Constitution of the Virgin Islands, which means that one person will be responsible for the day-to-day operations. And all 13 elected members will basically go home and have to find jobs. But the pieces of legislation that are coming before us, Madam Speaker, even though the Constitution is not suspended, it is almost suggestive that there is a takeover happening. But we will let or allow the elected representatives of the people of this Virgin Islands through the democratic process remain while the powers are stolen or removed from our remit. That's because something is wrong with that. Sections 8, 9, 10, and 11, Madam Speaker, I highlighted and I asked the question, Madam Speaker, if you permit me, Madam Speaker, to refer to the notes that I have made. At what point, Madam Speaker, are we going to look at the effectiveness and efficiency of the public service? Because we operate in this territory, Madam Speaker, from this top-down approach, this colonialistic way of operation that was handed down to us. And we are advancing, Madam Speaker, the system of government from which we operate is in fact a Westminster system, but we are operating on a system in 2024 that was handed down to us. And we have the governor on top, him and the deputy governor responsible for the public services, ministers. Even though it's in the Constitution, Madam Speaker, since the COI, you have it where any elected representative is not supposed to be responsible or have any input in any operations of the government operations or systems because you are quote-unquote deemed corrupt. And because of the actions of a few, including the man on the wall, we are painted with this broad brush that there's nothing good in the Virgin Islands, and the way in which we operate and continue to aspire to run our country and develop it for the benefit of our people is not good enough because of the things highlighted in the COI, Madam Speaker, and we continue to step back or sit back, Madam Speaker, and allow these things to happen without it being challenged. And Madam Speaker, I'm not even going to try to throw any blows or shots at the government, but I have to hold the executive responsible, because this doesn't get here unless it is approved in the cabinet. And I understand that members would state, and I heard the debate last week, when we go in the committee stage and who to put on a show when the cameras come on and in committee, Madam Speaker, but the truth be told, even when the camera's on sometimes in committee, some members ain't here. So I don't know how they're able to assess. You're in front of me. I like seeing you, Lorna Jane. Deputy Premier. But I don't understand how members could make certain assessments when they're not here to even give contributions in committee stage. But Madam Speaker, I am challenged because I am wanting to understand that, and it is good to hear from the members who would have served from 1999 coming forward, and including the Deputy Premier. I know I would hear from her, Honorable Whitley, who he said he put in his 25 years of service. But it's good to hear from members who would have served before to get a proper understanding, Madam Speaker, of how things came to be. And this is one of the challenges I had during this last term, Madam Speaker, because we were on a fast track to erode every system that was put in place because we had the power to do so. And we were breaking down advancements for our own purpose, or I don't know what it was, Madam Speaker, but it has set us back. So when you have governments where, Madam Speaker, in this government today, you have a civil service or public service of, I don't know, 3,500 people there, about 3,000 people, and you have heads of departments, and then you have permanent secretaries, and then everything goes up to HR, and then HR, you have the deputy governor, and then on top of the deputy governor, you have the governor. And when things don't work, Madam Speaker, in the system, what we do is create other departments or silos. But we're not ever addressing the issues. And the challenge for me, Madam Speaker, that I have is, we know a lot of aspects in this operation of our government system and service does not work. It is not productive. It has not worked for years, but we fail to address it. For what? Madam Speaker, I am going to speak from personal experience. I had 10 months during the time of the unity government where I was given the instrument to be the Minister for Labor and Natural Resources. And in understanding what my responsibility was, Madam Speaker, I too, like Honorable Fraser, suggested that I reach out to the Permanent Secretary and understand, what are my responsibilities in this ministry? What are we up against? What do I have before me? What am I responsible for? And in doing some digging, Madam Speaker, what I understood very clearly is you had persons, and this is not to highlight that particular ministry, but it happens across the service. But I'm going to tell you what my experience was. You had persons, Madam Speaker, because a part of this is talking about your appraisals and how you do your review and your accountability structure, Madam Speaker. But you had persons who hadn't submitted a performance appraisal for some 6 years, and still being paid whatever increment, and still being allowed to apply for higher positions, which the positions required for them to be able to have their ducks in a row with the performance appraisal signed off by the Permanent Secretary and ultimately the HR and the Deputy Governor office. So how are you promoting them? No, how? And Madam Speaker, you go back to what happened last week with this $20 million blunder. I ain't calling it no mistake. There ain't no mistake. And we expect it to continue. Madam Speaker, I could go back to 2017. I remember, I will never forget it. A presentation given to the members of the government at that time by some, I would call them whiz kids. That's the term that Honorable Skelton uses, whiz kids. And the presentation started and said, this is after hurricanes. The sky is falling. I would never forget it. Honorable Allen, remember that? The sky is falling. You have the responsibility to help the members of the elected government understand, based on where you see things financially, from economics, from the social standpoint, and you start a presentation with the Premier and Minister of Finance and leader country, and the first page is, the sky is falling, and they really had the sky falling and with a whole truth in it. And then here comes the high-level framework. And then you come forward, Madam Speaker, to this $20 million blunder, and everybody trying to pass the buck. And Madam Speaker, here's what's happening. We have not ever held persons to account. You know what we do? A new statutory body forming. Madam Speaker, imagine you're in front of me, so you're going to get it. Imagine the Deputy Premier running a business. And I am the accountant for that business. And I said to the Deputy Premier at the end of the month, your business up $10. So we got money to spend. And she go to negotiate to expand this business based on this $10. Come to find out, she got negative $20. Madam Speaker, the first thing she's going to do is fire me. That's the first thing, without question. But Madam Speaker, you know what we do? We do promote people for foolishness. We do promote them. We do put them in different departments to head a different department. Or if it's a problem to me, Madam Speaker, I'm going to shift you from here and I'm going to put you to be a problem somewhere else. Madam Speaker, we are not serving this country. And that's what, for me, Madam Speaker, my entire debate is going to be about. I don't care whether there's governor, the deputy governor, I don't whether it's the 13 of us elected in this house, or the 3,000 plus public service, but we have a job to build this country. Ain't about nobody being king or queen, Madam Speaker. We have a job to serve the people of this Virgin Islands and build it. And if you're not being effective, and if you're not being efficient, Madam Speaker, I like the training institute, but I'll come there, Madam Speaker, because I don't understand how we continue to allow certain things to happen. The politicians are easy to point at. We are at the top. Buck stops at leadership, we are at the top. But Madam Speaker, don't tell me that it's just we. When you go into these ministries and these departments and tell you what you can do, what you can do, what can't happen, what can't happen, it shouldn't happen. No. But when what he named them come down from the White House, and the Hornets send an email here or there, everybody jump in. Madam Speaker, I remember in that same ministry, we working on the COI reform. I get a call saying, the PS down by the governor office going to make a presentation on COI update for the reform. And the minister in there saying, no, you know how much stupid is? I call the PS, I say, sir, where are you? Oh, the governor called me, so I'm here about to make a presentation. I said, and what? You didn't even tell me what we're doing, you're down there making a presentation? When you gone down there, Madam Speaker, the governor down there, the PS down there, the secretary down there, the police down there, the cleaner for the garden down there, listening to what we are responsible for. Madam Speaker, how is that transparency and good governance? It cannot be, Madam Speaker, that we are expected to do things and be held to a certain account when, on the flip side, Madam Speaker, anything goes. We got to keep secret from one another, you know. We got to keep, you over there, the five of you over there, they tell I keep secret. I was there, they tell we keep secret. Keep secret because it's cabinet, it's collective responsibility. You ain't supposed to share nothing. Man, Speaker, I said on one day, and I telling you. I sat on one day in what it's called a tripartite meeting, Madam Speaker. And I heard the Hornets talk about what happened in cabinet and what coming to cabinet and how it coming and what's supposed to be updated and what is not going to be allowed. And I said, well, May 5th, 2022, I get the instrument as minister together with my other colleagues, Honorable Penn, and then we had the first cabinet orientation, it gets one to secrecy and the code of conduct and this, and the AG advised me to. And then in this meeting, Madam Speaker, Charlotte Hornet telling you what happened in the cabinet. Madam Speaker, so how? But we have to keep things away from the leaders of this country when they don't share the information with one another. Madam Speaker, for me, the Public Service Commission needs to be strengthened. Their powers needs to be looked at. Madam Speaker, we are operating on a system, on measures that have been outdated for years. When you look at the rest of the world, when you look at even as much as we don't want to look at the private sector, Madam Speaker, a lot of these things can't fly. They don't meet the litmus test for accountability and transparency and good governance, Madam Speaker. But we continue to hide them and we continue to create different programs and different this and different that, Madam Speaker. You're telling me the public service, Madam Speaker, to get in the public service, it take a little while, you know. It take a little while. You can get an interview, you can wait on a call, you can follow up with email for months, sometimes 3 months, 6 months. But when you get in, Madam Speaker, they had to get out, you're in forever. Because no matter what you do, to be reprimanded for different acts, Madam Speaker, that are not in line with this code. Madam Speaker, I ain't telling you what I hear, I'm telling you what I know. You might be thinking you, Mr. Minister or Mr. Junior Minister or member, and you write and say, listen, I need this said, you write to the deputy governor's office, no, you write to HR. And say, listen, this is what is happening. And then HR can write to the deputy governor's office. And the deputy governor's office have to write back to the individual. And the individual have to write back and state their case. And before anything to happen, Madam Speaker, remember, you know, this person is still employed. Raise and have up. And then if you ain't aware enough, Madam Speaker, this same individual longer clicking there. Let him come with that. It won't move a step further, Madam Speaker. It cannot work. It does not work. It hasn't worked. We need to shift the paradigm. We need to shift the way that we are operating in this country. Madam Speaker, 13 members are elected to this House. And we are elected on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands who has the voice. The public service is just to be there, to serve the public. The agenda of the government, Madam Speaker, whomever is elected to be the government, whether it's 4 years or 2 years or 3 years, Madam Speaker, that is the agenda that everybody should be matching to. Opposition has their job. Yeah, we're going to oppose the things that we don't agree with. But, Madam Speaker, what is happening is this waiting out that the Honorable Minister of Health, I know you're going to have to come from his public service experience, but you are now waiting me out. And not doing, if you don't agree with me or you don't support, you're going to wait me out and nothing happens, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, that's the wrong mentality. If the government decides we're going to focus on education, Madam Speaker, every man jack in the public service should line up and see how they could be able to solve the agenda better. But, Madam Speaker, what we have is this battle that happens. Because I can't discipline you as a minister, and I would pay more respect to the office of the deputy governor than you, because HR and all these different areas would be under that office. So I will wait you out. But, Madam Speaker, what does it do for the country? What would it do for the country? Madam Speaker, when it comes to the ministers and the private secretary, the Honorable Fraser looked like he were in my notes. Madam Speaker, you as a minister, your private secretary is directly relating to you. I didn't understand, and I questioned the deputy governor at the time. It's time for performance appraisal. The process that is listed is that the permanent secretary is supposed to do appraisal for the private secretary and send it to the deputy governor. And I work with them every day, morning, noon, and night. How is it fair? How does it materialize into anything that makes any sense? And then, Madam Speaker, when it comes to reporting, Madam Speaker, in the legislation, and I'm going to get to not just issues, Madam Speaker, but I'm also going to make some suggestions. When it gets to disciplinary actions or even a review, Madam Speaker, this bill is telling you that you need to bring the deputy governor in and you report to him. What is that? Annual report. As a minister? Madam Speaker, this is the law. This is the Constitution of 2007. Nowhere in here it said minister is supposed to report to the deputy governor. Nowhere. But this is what this law is suggesting, this bill is suggesting. How it makes sense. And how, Madam Speaker, we are expected to just allow things like this to happen, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, more importantly, Madam Speaker, how is it that the United Kingdom and through the governor's office, knowing where we have come from, Madam Speaker, could just help to erode the progress made by putting these things or allowing these pieces and these clauses to be in legislation, and we're supposed to go along with them. And then you tell me about transparency. Madam Speaker, I sat in this honorable house and I questioned the former premier, and I did it for this current premier, about how many areas of responsibility he has under his remit as Premier and Minister of Finance, under his ministerial thing. The last one had must be 80. This one he doing a little better. He had about 74. And now you're telling me the Honorable Minister for Communication was just read out all the areas that are under the office of the Deputy Governor. How is that? How is one person, Madam Speaker, expected to be accountable and responsible for the effective running of a country and its system? There's no way, Madam Speaker. It has to be a shared responsibility, Madam Speaker. Modernizing our democracy, Madam Speaker, must include the 13 people elected to this honorable house by the people of the Virgin Islands. I don't care how you twist it, Madam Speaker. It must include that. Because when it comes time for blame, PS game, blame, and no head of department. Who's the minister? Or who's the politician? Point the blame there, Madam Speaker. And for me, Madam Speaker, it's not so much about the blame, it is more about where and how we are advancing the causes of this country. And it can't be done in this system because it's broken. It don't work, Madam Speaker. There's persons in there that do work, and there's areas that do work, Madam Speaker, and we should strengthen those, Madam Speaker. But there needs to be an evaluation on the overall effectiveness of said system. Madam Speaker, Part 4, 13, and 14 with the permanent secretaries and their roles and functions. I don't want to go over it, but I'm just because I read this whole thing, it's in my notes. The member for the third touched about it. It can't be the office of the permanent secretary in a ministry. It just can't be. The minister is responsible for his ministry according to the Constitution. You can't have a separation there and then a further separation where they're telling you, well, I'm not accountable to you, I'm accountable to the deputy governor. Then what is the purpose of what we're trying to achieve in this country? Madam Speaker, Section 27, Madam Speaker, the Virgin Islands Institution. I call it continuing education. Madam Speaker, I came up in the private sector knowing of a training division. So if this is a revamp of the training division, Madam Speaker, I believe one of the things that is missing is a clearly defined budget, a clearly defined role of what you want to achieve, and I believe, Madam Speaker, this institute must be tied to the Department of Labor. Because it's not just about training who's in the system, Madam Speaker. The Labor Department should be tied to it so that they can understand who we are sending off in this country that could walk up the ladder, Madam Speaker, including the Ministry of Education, walk up the ladder to be able to fill these positions. Madam Speaker, I can never walk off the track that I understood that Honorable H.L. Stout put, where we were replacing those persons that were in leadership positions with our people. And the same thing must persist. So in that training institute, Madam Speaker, I see it speaks about succession planning. That's something really good, Madam Speaker. Because some persons hold on to their jobs. You get 25 years, but you can get a little bit more, you hold on to 33 and a third. And then you hold on a little bit longer because you don't want a young and upcoming professional to take over. But Madam Speaker, the job ain't yours. It don't belongs to you. It's yours. Madam Speaker, you should be helping. That's what leadership is about. Helping to train, to bring somebody to replace you. That's what legacy is about, Madam Speaker. We talk about legacy in this country and in this house, what I do and what I do. No. Your legacy should be able to speak for you. And if you ain't training somebody else, Madam Speaker, to replace you, you're not an effective leader. So, Madam Speaker, the questions, some of the other questions I have, Madam Speaker, in this bill. The ministerial oversight is asking the ministers to delegate their functions and responsibilities. But then on the flip side, the deputy governor, Madam Speaker, is receiving more authority. Again, not the individual, the office. Receiving more authority, Madam Speaker, and everything goes from the deputy governor to the governor, deputy governor to the governor, deputy governor to the governor, and then the elected ministers have nothing there. He come back and say, you're corrupt. The news article say corruption. What they want, the law reform, what they want in AG. The one we bring in here, the law enforcement review. Corruption over in there must say 47 times. And that's how they're looking at us, Madam Speaker. And here's what's happening in the narrative. Our own people, Madam Speaker, are buying into this narrative. Madam Speaker, when you have a public officer could tell you, I don't have to go through you. You shouldn't be involved in this. Where's it written? You hear somebody say, but who, keep listening. You're going to realize where it's coming from, where the narrative coming from. We have one agenda, Madam Speaker, which is to be serving the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I don't understand in the disciplinary procedures how the bill addresses the potential biases in the establishment of the investigative committees and the institution of the disciplinary proceedings. It's in there, listed, Madam Speaker, but it doesn't give clear indication, because if you're telling me I have to give disciplinary action depending on if I want to curry favor one set over the next, Madam Speaker, it is not a balanced approach. Madam Speaker, let me get into some of the areas. I got a lot more notes. I don't know how much time I have, Madam Speaker. You can check. Good. You're jamming. Madam Speaker, the succession planning that I spoke about a while ago. How have we measured, Madam Speaker, the effectiveness of succession planning and shadowing requirements? And how are we ensuring that these things are enforced, Madam Speaker? Not just saying it. Because I can list a whole heap of goals, Madam Speaker. Dreams are just dreams. But without goals, that's all it is, dreams. Without objectives to meet them, they're just dreams, Madam Speaker. If you're not working towards achieving it, then there's nothing. So if you don't have steps in place, Madam Speaker, where are we implementing, Madam Speaker, that if you have a permanent secretary, you have a head of department, Madam Speaker, you have a cadet, or you have somebody, Madam Speaker, that you're understudying for this 5-year transition. And even, Madam Speaker, if you don't replace that particular permanent secretary who's supposed to be there for 5 years in the first instance, if I have 6 persons, Madam Speaker, that can qualify to be a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Health, as Minister of Health or whatever ministry, Madam Speaker, I could find different places in that particular ministry to place those persons. Because we are on the world stage. But Madam Speaker, what we see now is people trying to hold on to what they have. Hold on to the power. And Madam Speaker, this is the next thing. This top-down approach. I don't like it in government, Madam Speaker. It doesn't work. Permanent secretaries, I served on a few boards, Madam Speaker. Permanent secretary, heads of departments, leaders with their statutory organizations, Madam Speaker. You got a meeting over here, them here, Monday. Tuesday, got a meeting, them here, Tuesday. Tuesday afternoon, them here with the premier. Them here with the AG. They here with the junior minister. Madam Speaker, the whole week gone. Ask them what I'm doing. Meet. Oh, I wasn't able to accomplish, Minister, what you said to me because we were tied up in meetings. Madam Speaker, this thing don't make sense. Another, for instance, we were doing a Brucewell bathroom. Former Minister Environment had the bathrooms. Then I get it. I tell them, Madam Speaker, in October, I need this bathroom over by December. The second week of December, 2022. Because, listen to this now. At that time, it only needed $67,000 worth of work between electricity and water and sewage and the contractor to be able to finish the works for the bathroom to be finished. 2022 October. 2024 June, I asked the premier about this bathroom. You know what he tell you? He got $47,000 worth of work. Electricity, the sewage, and the contractor. People still have them job. Because I think one of my problems was I tell them I ain't plan to be here for long because at any point the Constitution could be suspended, so they take me seriously. Madam Speaker, smiling about it, but it's not funny. It's not funny, Madam Speaker. I remember hearing stories from persons who would have served as permanent secretaries in this office, in this country, Madam Speaker, serving in different government departments, and all you keep hearing is things have changed, nothing is happening, nothing ain't going away. You're relegating your powers, Madam Speaker. Are you too soft? Are you stepping back? Are you allowing the service and are you allowing the people them to do what they want? And now we're putting it in legislation to solidify and make it legal for them to do what they want. So, Madam Speaker, I have a few suggestions on how we could improve parts of this bill. Madam Speaker, I believe that there need to be clearer definitions in certain aspects and responsibilities within this bill, so that there's no ambiguity, especially those related to the roles and responsibilities of the Deputy Governor, the ministers, including junior ministers' responsibilities are clearly articulated in the constitutional version, and that's why they don't need to be in here. Heads of departments and permanent secretaries, when the Speaker help them to understand that their duty and responsibility is to serve at the request of the minister through the agenda of the government that is leading, Madam Speaker, for this country. And then, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, clearly define what is the role of the Public Service Commission. Because, Madam Speaker, it seems that we have now just left them to just hire people. And when there's an application in, they meet. Madam Speaker, but this PSC was the driving force of the government service. But now there's so much bureaucracy and so much red tape, yellow tape, and green tape, and blue tape that you have to go through before something gets to PSC. And sometimes it's on somebody's desk. That disciplinary action, Madam Speaker, that authority must be given to this same body that deals with the hiring of individuals. You can't put everything and lump everything on the office of the Deputy Governor. It's not going to function. And Madam Speaker, the Deputy Governor, Madam Speaker, what I believe his office and that office is supposed to be doing, Madam Speaker. Because when you look at the reporting functions that are listed in this piece of legislation, it is to report to the governor on policies, to report to the governor on practices, report to the governor on systems, report to the governor on this and that, Madam Speaker. What I believe it is supposed to be building the capacity of the people in the public service. Build the capacity so that it is more effective and efficient. Trim the fat that needs to be trimmed. Somebody talk about lean and they were pointing over here. I think that's the fittest one over here. I said, I think. But Madam Speaker, the fat needs to be trimmed. These are the things that some of the heavy lifting that the Deputy Governor's office needs to be doing to ensure for productivity in the service. Ensure that through I'm pointing at the Minister of Labor, but Madam Speaker, to ensure that you have persons who are being trained and we are educated and we have them on these bonds, Madam Speaker, that there's a place for them to come back home and work. AG spoke about it, Madam Speaker, when we were talking about Honorable Warner Malone. And when I came back home from college, man, make sure that there's a place for persons to be able to contribute, to build, Madam Speaker, to develop themselves in every facet of industry in this country, Madam Speaker. But we ain't doing that. And you know why the Deputy Governor's role and office is supposed to continue to be functional? Because every 4 years there's an election. And every 4 years the agenda of the country and its priorities might change depending on who's leading. And that's your role. Get your people in line to understand this is where we're going. And there's nothing wrong, Madam Speaker, with challenging If governments who are leading are eroding or going against the law or trying to break down systems for their own benefit, which happened in the past, Madam Speaker, those are the things. Challenge some of the things, but Madam Speaker, don't just hold it and hold it because you have this power and hold the whole country hostage and have people beholden to you or intimidated by you because you know they have your picture. Madam Speaker, the health and safety aspect of this legislation, this is not something that is new. Honorable Raima, again, I'm glad you read a piece of legislation. Health and safety has been in the labor code since 2000, and the first draft that I read when I was in the private sector, 2009, I believe it was.
Honorable member, you have a few minutes to.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be wrapping up. I'm just going to hit you 3 more points, Madam Speaker, and I'm done. Health and safety has been on the laws in terms of what we need to do in this country for years. One of the things, Madam Speaker, must be addressed for the health and safety of the public officers. Before I get in politics, they tell me don't talk about it. When I get in politics, they tell me don't talk about it. But I hear long, I'm not going to talk about it. You see, Madam Speaker, this mold that we have in the government building, that making people sick and causing them to die. Don't say what. This is the truth. Madam Speaker, the mold, and that's health and safety, Madam Speaker, where you put your people to work, must be an environment conducive for their ability to contribute towards the agenda at hand and productive. Health and safety also extends, Madam Speaker, to the mental health of individuals in the service. I remember after Alma and Maria being new still, I suggested to the members of the government at that time I was with, because I saw some actions. I think we need to have some help in terms of counseling. Everybody laugh at me. I know I was right, because some of them gonna leave in crazy. No, Madam Speaker, those are things that we need to focus on. Madam Speaker, the two more things that I'm going to touch on, Madam Speaker. The employment terms for ministerial staff. I believe that's where the ministers, that's where the government, elected government, Madam Speaker, should play a more partnership role with the Deputy Governor's office, with the Governor, Madam Speaker, because this is supposed to be a modern partnership. Let's see how these ministerial staff could help work to drive this agenda. Because you know what's happening, Madam Speaker? Right now what we're doing is everybody, whether they want to or not, since they come here, everybody working for the COA. That's an agenda to keep from our constitution being suspended. But Madam Speaker, when the government says, I go and focus on infrastructure, and the ministry staff under that particular minister, Madam Speaker, and everybody who has a part to play isn't in line, Madam Speaker, what is that saying? I should be able to report and say, listen, I'm having a trouble with this one and I have a trouble with that one. Let me address it. And not wait till the end of the year, Madam Speaker, because I don't understand, Madam Speaker, they are hard-working public officers. But I don't understand. I always used to say when I was in the private sector, I would like to exchange and be a public officer, because when I was doing pensions, after 25 years of service, you get 66 or to 12% of your salary for the rest of your life, Madam Speaker. And then when you retire, you could go work for a private organization and get 2 sets of money. That's a good job. But here's the thing. The flip side of it is you get paid and increases whether you work or not. That's a beautiful situation. But what is it costing us, Madam Speaker? What is the cost? And what is the objective of this country? Is it to build or is it to balloon this service till we can identify which areas are productive? Is it to balloon it, Madam Speaker, to the point where, God forbid, if somebody else was to rule us, they would immediately decide to cut the service in half because it is the most expensive debt that we have. Madam Speaker, we are in a 2024 going to 2025. There are a lot of challenges ahead, Madam Speaker, but there's a lot more that we have overcame in this country. And we have done it through the intuition, through the belief, and through the education of those persons, Madam Speaker, that serve. I believe if we continue to build this country, we have to depend on each other. We can't continue to try to be lord over each other, position ourselves, Madam Speaker, for our own self-indulgence, Madam Speaker. Humanism and egotistic behavior, Madam Speaker, is what is running us into these bad places. And Madam Speaker, for as long as we are here, and for as long as I am here, Madam Speaker, I will not be afraid to speak out when things are right. I will not be afraid to speak out when things are wrong. Madam Speaker, if you get offended by the truth, Madam Speaker, this is a lesson for you, not me. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to this Public Service Management Bill before us. And the bill, as we know, it seeks to formally, as the objects and reasons say, establish and continue the public service and its organizational frameworks. Madam Speaker, I listened to a lot of the debate. I listened to what my colleague said very briefly in terms of the importance of us getting to the committee stage, and he's absolutely right about that. And Madam Speaker, if you would permit me to remind all of us of the Reform Committee that seeks to, I wrote it down, to ensure continuous follow-up on reform legislation by this House pursuant to the framework for implementation of the recommendations of the COI. Madam Speaker, this is one of those recommendations. And that's why it has come to us as it is, warts and all. Madam Speaker, I wish we were further ahead with this bill. And I have to, despite what the member for the 2nd District said, I have to reiterate what the Minister for Education so eloquently said about what I would call lights, camera, action. Lights, camera, action. We have a duty, yes, to ventilate what the bill says for the public's edification, but we also have to make sure that we stay on track in terms of our obligations. I want to commend the member for the 3rd on his detailed presentation in terms of the what I would call the warts of the bill. And I will come back to some of the comments that he made. Madam Speaker, yesterday I had the privilege to meet with about 8 to 10 public servants from a couple of, in fact, a few departments in government as we were trying to address the spiraling cost of living and how we could bring some, I don't want to say an end, but bring some sense to it. We had a discussion for more than 2 hours. And at the end of that discussion, I didn't say to them, but Madam Speaker, I said to myself, what a hard-working, honest, committed set of men and women as they sought to really come to grips with the problems we are facing. This bill, Madam Speaker, is intended to ensure that public servants, like those hard-working ones that I mentioned, and others like them, continue to give their best, that they will serve with integrity, that they do so within a structure that is consistent and provides a degree of certainty and overall excellence, as well as, of course, governance. Madam Speaker, in my ministry, I serve alongside a group of dedicated, hardworking, talented, competent public servants. I myself, Madam Speaker, I don't fall within any of those adjectives, but I did serve for over 40 years. It wasn't the 33 and the third, it was more than that. So, like my colleague, the Minister of Health, I welcome the bill in principle only. It has a lot of problems, a lot of challenges, and we have to fix this bill. I am not going to go into the weeds, but I'll just mention some of the high-level problems. The member for the third spoke very eloquently to the constitutional problems, or conflicts, I should say, in relation to sections 38 and section 56 of the Constitution. I wouldn't repeat any of that. I leave that for the committee. Madam Speaker, I noted with interest that even though it's called a public service management bill, it speaks to serving the public only once, and that is on page 23. So I do agree with those who have said, my colleagues who have said, that the emphasis has to be on delivering effective and efficient public service rather than making this bill become an end in itself. I also agree with my colleagues, Madam Speaker, who have said in different ways that there is an attempt to relegate ministers to a rather peripheral role. And again, Madam Speaker, I know that we are going to correct all of these issues. Another area that was pointed out to me, and I hadn't really thought of it, is that in terms of the Public Service Commission, the role of the Public Service Commission in that bill should be more clearly defined and stated. I must commend the Minister for Communications on his presentation as it relates to the role of the Public Service Commission. Madam Speaker, there is no need for us to reinvent the wheel. Bermuda is right there with a good example of how a public service should work, an overseas territory just as the British Virgin Islands is. And there is no reason why we cannot emulate much of what they are doing. Madam Speaker, in terms of some of the points in the bill, I liked the one made by the leader of the opposition in relation to us taking the best from the Whitehall model and the presidential model and putting it into a bill. And that is what we should have aimed for. I don't know that we have accomplished that. Certainly for me, I am not excited about the fact that permanent secretaries go on contract. You see, I have never been one, Madam Speaker, to worry about whether I would be supported. I expect to be supported. As a public servant myself, I know what to expect, and I know competence when I see it. So, as I said before, that does not excite me. The point that my colleague, Minister of Health, made about what you would call probably the time clash. We have 4 years, or 3 now, if that much, 2.5, compared to the 33 1/3 years of the public servants. That is an issue, and it is one that needs to be addressed. We know that bureaucracies can be slow-moving, and to me, it's almost impossible to do very much with bureaucracies because that's the nature of them. But, Madam Speaker, let me get back to the bill itself. I think in addition to everything, in addition to the challenges of the bill does not give key performance indicators that are necessary in terms of holding public servants to account in terms of their performance. And it really needs to be done. And I agree with those who have said in not so many words that the bill at times appears to be self-serving and making sure that what exists continues. How do I say this in relation to the Deputy Governor, who is also my friend, leader of the opposition? I like how you said that he has been placed in a rather, to paraphrase what you said, a rather invidious position. Because if the draft as it stands continues, the kind of power that he is given and the authority, first of all, it cannot happen because it conflicts with the Constitution, but it will make him a very unpopular man. So, again, that is an area that has to be addressed, and addressed very effectively. I too welcome the institution of what is called the Public Service Learning Institute, which is, yes, the training, what was it called? The training unit or the training division. That's what it was. And I welcome the fact that it's now being institutionalized. Our training is very key if we are going to be effective as public servants. I also welcome the right to associate and mention of the public service a civil service association. But like one of my colleagues said, I do think that in terms of the details, that aspect of the bill needs to be somewhere else. Finally, Madam Speaker, in terms of my own reading, I have a couple of comments in response to those made by colleagues. But as I said before, the bill should not and cannot become an end in itself. It must be a tool to enable public servants to deliver the best possible professional service to the public. If I may now address some of the points that were made by various members. The member from the third made the point very clearly that the bill seeks to empower the deputy governor, and he makes it, said, it does so in contravention of the Constitution. I cannot be sure why this has happened. As I said, we will fix it. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, and it could either be the rush to finish, I believe it's a recommendation 36, B36 or whatever it was, or the governor has been here 6 months, I can't say because of the newness of the governor, but it certainly cannot stand as it is, and he's absolutely right. Then the member also talked about he gave us at times, you gave us a good lecture. You lectured us on a number of points. But I can't let you get away with this one. You talked about the governor should not be in cabinet. He should be out of cabinet. You said it. My honorable friend, we have witnesses, or I have a witness, it wasn't just me. The leader of the opposition and I sat in the same room when you and another member of Blessed, sorry, Chair, Madam Speaker, I apologize. The member for the third sat in the same room with the leader of the opposition and I, and other persons who were negotiating for that constitution that is now 2007. In fact, the Attorney General was there in her capacity as the head of the London office, I believe, at the time. And the member for the third, together with another of blessed memory of this house, fought tooth and nail for the governor to remain in the cabinet. And we were pushing on an open door. Lord Treisman was very amenable. But, as you said, all water under the bridge. That was in 2006. And we had, no, the Constitution in 2007, but I think we were negotiating. 2006 we were negotiating from 2007. Okay, it would have been early 2007. But we were negotiating, and it is what it is. And it is time for us to move beyond where we are at.
Madam Speaker, I'll be the first to admit that the Deputy Premier is right. I did. We did push back. But that was 16, 17 years ago. You be the big person now and say it now. Say that he should be out now. I want you to say it. You be the person to say it. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I will move on. I will not allow.
I can say it now.
I will not allow the member to put words in my mouth. I say what is appropriate. The member also, moving right along, also suggested that the bill before us should be shredded. Madam Speaker, I accept that it needs plenty of work, but I would not go as far as to say to shred it. We just don't have the time. And that's why I started out my presentation by referring to the Reform Committee and our obligation. In terms of the points made by the Leader of the Opposition, I mentioned the invidious position in which his friend and my friend, the Deputy Governor, finds himself. But I agree with him with the more basic point that the bill as it stands, where it gives the governor, the deputy governor, all this authority, it runs contrary to the principles, as he put it, for which our forefathers fought. But I remain positive and optimistic, and I know that it is going to be fixed. The Commission of Inquiry, Madam Speaker, as I said, is one of the things that drives this bill in terms of the timing. And I call it a kind of a double-edged sword, because time is against us. We're looking at less than 2 weeks out before the end of this month, but we have to get this important bill right. The public must also hear the concerns, our concerns in relation to the bill. Madam Speaker, a couple of other points before I take my seat. There's a lot of talk on the other side about ministerial experience and how much they can help us. There is a lot of ministerial experience on this side as well. My ministerial experience is 1 year, but I have been a public servant for more than 40 years. So it doesn't excite me or make me feel in any way diminished when I hear about all the great experience that is over on the other side. I have full confidence in this side. I have full confidence in my colleagues. I don't think that anyone, Madam Speaker, of those members on the other side can do a better job than the persons on this side. I have full confidence in them. I'm not going to choke. I'm not going to choke, but I'm not going to go down the list. I'm not going to start from my right and come up. I know what I'm saying. I could do it. I've made my point. The Leader of the Opposition also mentioned, and I'm glad he also mentioned the visit of the Committee of 24. I think that's representatives of the Committee of 24. I think that's what they're called. Madam Speaker, I I'm hoping I, like everybody else, has been invited to meet these persons. And I am hoping that when they come, they will be telling us about various options for our self-determination, because that's the only thing I want to hear about. Options for our self-determination. And I hope that they will also be speaking to the people of this country, because we are not going anywhere with self-determination unless we take the people along with us. Madam Speaker, I think that is as much as I need to say, except to say that I do not, to reiterate that we cannot let this bill, when we've worked on it, become an end in itself. It must be a bill that facilitates the public, that improves the public service. There are great public servants, but there are other public servants that can do better. And this bill will hopefully have the teeth and enable our public service to perform to a level that all of us can be proud of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member? I recognize the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari Di Castro.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lend my contribution to the Virgin Islands Public Service Management Bill 2024. Much efficient and effective dialogue would have gone on, and I want to appreciate my colleagues in the House for their contributions as I seek to lend my voice also to some of the positive things that are represented in this bill, but also some of the challenges that need to be addressed in committee stage. Madam Speaker, I think this legislation, as has been referenced, is not just a mere piece of paper, but I believe it's a very crucial step towards the systemic change that the government needs. And to underscore the significance of the bill, I want to use a book. I was gifted a book on January 22nd, 2024 from Mr. Kamal Georges, very randomly, but very timely, at the signing of the MOU with Unite BV and the government of the Virgin Islands. And I had no idea at the time the type of impact that the book would have on myself as a leader or my ministry as I seek to lead. Madam Speaker, the book is called Upstream by Dan Heath, The Quest to Solve Problems Before They Happen. Madam Speaker, in the book, it starts with a narrative where we have some persons standing by the river. And while there, they would have seen someone drowning, and so they dived in and went to save them. And as they got out, another one came downstream and they dived in again to save them. By the time they got out, another two came coming and they dived in again. And even in them diving in, clearly to the degree and to the amount of times, they clearly, in essence, were jeopardizing their own selves in seeking to try to save the drowning people. And Madam Speaker, one of the persons decided to start walking upstream, and the other person, seeing them doing that, asked, well, where are you going? And what are you doing? And the individual simply said, I'm going upstream to figure out who trained these people in the river. Madam Speaker, that is what I believe the Public Service Management Bill is supposed to achieve. It should seek to achieve upstream thinking in the public service that urges us to prevent things before they happen. Madam Speaker, I think we often find ourselves in a position of crisis, whether it's inefficiency or failure to meet public expectations. And I believe this is our opportunity as a government to address the root causes that are causing issues and creating systems in order to prevent the problems rather than merely responding to them. Madam Speaker, I could say, as I reflected on my first year in office some time back, I unequivocally felt like a firefighter. Everywhere I turned, there was a fire to extinguish. And as soon as you put one out, another one started, you turn around, another 3, another 4. And Madam Speaker, you just didn't have the hands or the insight to seek to out these fires. But Madam Speaker, if we realistically even look at the reality of the constructs of a fire and the connotation of consideration of constructing a building, there's a reality that there are things that we can do to ensure the building is in a position to withstand fires, even as we build it. When we consider the type of materials that we use, ensuring that they are fire resistant, that there's proper ventilation, that we have escape routes, those are the things that you do while you're building to ensure that in the case of a fire, even though it may arise, that at least the building will be in a position to be able to cause limited harm to individuals. But Madam Speaker, even as you finish building, there are other things that you can do. You can put in systems like smoke detectors and sprinkler systems. You could do fire drills to make sure that persons know exactly what to do in the case of a fire. Madam Speaker, I believe that this public service management bill must serve as a fire-resistant foundation and the ongoing protective measures that will safeguard our government and ensure its operation effectively in spite of the challenges that may arise. Of course, key to this, everybody has spoken about it, and as a Minister of Education, I take keen interest in it because I believe as you seek to build up the public service, a key factor to that is professional development and training. That's foundational to what we are seeking to build. And so I want to commend the institution and formalization of the Virgin Islands Public Service Learning Institute, because I believe that it is more than just a mechanism to increase the educational opportunities of public officers. I believe it ensures that the public service not only remains competent, but also forward-thinking in its approach, so that we see problems that may arise in the future and we ensure that public officers have the requisite skills and the new literacies in various industries to support the future as we seek to enable them to be promoted or to receive the benefit of succession planning. Madam Speaker, I believe in systems and structures. And fundamentally, I believe that is ultimately the foundation of accountability. And when we speak about moving upstream, the book really highlights the importance of systems and structures in achieving long-term solutions. We have to unequivocally realize that if we don't have the right systems in place, even the most well-intentioned efforts will fail. Systems and structures support progress. And Madam Speaker, of course, the Westminster system members have spoken about that we currently work under. The public service is intended to function independently of political shifts, which creates, in my mind, an even greater challenge, depending on how you look at it. So, of course, while I agree that continuity and impartiality in the public service is important, this continuity can sometimes lead to complacency or resistance to change. And when you don't have the necessary systems and structures, inevitably that's what happens. So there are pros and cons to it, and I believe that we ultimately have to, in this bill, seek to establish a framework that ensures accountability, but also gives clarity to roles. One of the challenges that I saw up front in the public service is that while we have these awesome job descriptions, most times they say very little in terms of the reality on the ground of what public officers are expected to achieve. And Madam Speaker, those clear expectations are vital. If you're going to hold people accountable, they need to know what they're going to be held accountable for. And we need to do a better job of articulating that in writing so that we don't have this he say, she say story. You know, it's a challenge I have because I'm an educator with specific training in English and language, which means that I like to write a lot. That is something that infrequently happens in the public service, unfortunately. But it is necessary, not just to create strategy and planning, but I believe it to be the basis of accountability. And I often tell my officers, if it isn't in writing, it doesn't exist. And so I support the reality of accountability, but I believe it has to be accountability on paper that gives person an understanding, public officers, of what we exactly expect of them so that they understand. If you're taking an examination, you get the list of requirements that will take place on the test so you know what to study so you could take the test. We have to stop putting public officers in a position where they don't get the requirements to study, and when they see the test, it's almost like as if we're setting them up to fail because they don't have a clue what to prepare, how to prepare, and unfortunately, they can potentially meet their demise because of this. Madam Speaker, I want to speak a little bit. The book speaks a lot about the role of feedback, and that is a reality that enshrines continuous improvement in the public service. And I don't believe that we have captured enough opportunity and mechanisms in place that allows for the type of upstream thinking that allows for feedback to play a critical role in ensuring that we create effective systems within the public service. Madam Speaker, feedback helps us to understand whether interventions are working and allows us to make adjustments as needed. So in the context of the public service, this means that we have to create mechanisms that will monitor performance, provide constructive feedback to public officers, and ensure that there are consequences for failing to meet those standards. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that the Public Service Management Bill in the current draft that we have must do a better job of addressing such feedback loops to ensure that public officers are held accountable for their work and that there are clear consequences for non-performance. This is an area that we know that we struggle with in the public service. It takes too much time to effect consequences for non-performance, and we have to tighten up the reins to be able to ensure efficacy within the service. I believe it's crucial because as ministers, while we rely on the public service to effect our policies and implement them, without the necessary systems, we risk having our initiatives stalled, Madam Speaker, in some instances completely derailed by inefficiency, and Madam Speaker, more importantly, inaction. Madam Speaker, there are some public officers who watch you in your face, it's been alluded to, and tell you they've been here long enough, and they see ministers come and go. Madam Speaker, if that's not a threat, I don't know what it is. But Madam Speaker, beyond the political nonsense that we sometimes seek to entrench within the public service, Madam Speaker, I'm very young, but I've been around politics a long time, and I remember the days when the public service, after an election, worked for whatever government was elected. There was a time. But Madam Speaker, unfortunately, over time, I can't say what was the reason, but we've seen that diminished, unfortunately, to the disservice of the people who ultimately elect individuals to come here. Madam Speaker, I want to speak a little bit about the need for balance in the systems that we have, and it's been alluded to. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are systems out there, and we have to take the good from the ones that exist, keep the good that we have, and create some level of margin and balance that would ultimately seek to benefit the public service. Madam Speaker, the type of system that we have means that we inherit a public service that is supposed to operate independently of political influence. We hear that a lot. This can be both a strength and a weakness because on one hand, of course, you seek to enshrine a level of continuity and stability But on the other hand, Madam Speaker, it can lead to resistance to change and a lack of alignment with government's vision. So I believe as we seek to go through this bill clause by clause specific to the areas that speak to the construct of the public service, that we have to seek to create a balance that allows for the service to remain impartial and professional, but that also it becomes responsive to the elected government's agenda, whatever it is. We campaign, we create a manifesto, and once elected, the manifesto must drive the government's plan for the next 4 years. And unfortunately, that is not what is taking place. Madam Speaker, I believe that by creating a system that allows for some level of merger, it would create an opportunity to effectively deliver services to the public and align the democratic mandate that we get from the people with the work that we do every single day. Madam Speaker, it's been said, but I want to reiterate it because I support, and I sit here and I look around the House, and 10 of the 13 members that are elected by the people of the Virgin Islands would have sat in ministerial seats previously or currently. 10 of 13. And so I don't believe that this is a politically sensitive bill, because most of us have experienced it and at some point wish to experience it. And so we have to put our heads together to ensure that the retrograde steps that we see here represented in this bill do not move forward. Because while it may not hamper us today, based on our ambition, it will certainly hamper us tomorrow. So, Madam Speaker, I believe there are things in this bill that simply relegates ministers to figureheads, mere figureheads rather than active participants and leaders of their ministries. And I don't believe that this is the right thing. I believe we can put our heads together and figure out how this bill in its current form, as we move it forward, will not isolate and exclude ministers from the critical processes by seeking to avoid the cliche political interference. I don't believe that to be the solution. I believe it's an excuse that is eloquently used to seek to enshrine in the minds of our people that all of us are incapable of leading. And it is false. As Virgin Islanders, I believe every single one of us. Madam Speaker, we can fight in this House, right? We can have different philosophies. But there's one thing that I believe for all of us to be true. That every single one of us sought to be elected to this House to make a difference. The way we choose to do it might look different and feel different and smell and taste different. But what cannot be challenged is the fact that we want to execute in our ministries, execute in our districts, execute in our territory to ultimately benefit the people of this territory. And so, Madam Speaker, I believe that within this bill, we have to figure out how we stop disconnecting ministers and district representatives from the processes within ministries, and how we seek to connect them because they know the people that they serve. We're the ones that are in our districts, going through our territories, speaking daily with the people, hearing the frustration of the systemic and endemic challenges within ministries, within processes, and we are the ones, I believe, that have the solutions to fix it. So if you seek to exclude us, there's a reason it's done. It's done because we don't want things to change. Because we want to create this perception of inadequacy and that we can't do the job, this perception of corruption, that anything we touch becomes polluted, versus that we have the integrity and the intellect necessary to move our territory forward. So, Madam Speaker, I just formally want to say that I think that this perception of politics that is constantly used should not be used as a divergent mechanism to hinder progress, but it should be recognized as a necessary part of the process because the government has to remain responsive and accountable to the people, and the 13 of us in here were elected to do just that. Madam Speaker, lastly, I just want to say that I don't believe that the bill is simply about, improving the efficiency in the public service. I think that we have to figure out, as the Deputy Premier said, you don't see public mentioned a whole lot here, but the fact that it's the public service, the mechanisms and the systems and structures seek to support the public. And we have to do a little more work class by class in the bill to ensure that when we finish this bill, we have a robust, fair, and effective public service. Madam Speaker, as I close, I want to say, I believe the job of every single one of us, because we're public servants as well. As much as we're elected and we sit in the House, our job is to serve the public. And Madam Speaker, when I consider the book, there's a story in it that I'll end with that speaks to a police officer. And you have the police officer that's on the corner, hiding behind a building or a tree or something, looking for somebody to run the light, looking for somebody who light out and who using their phone. And those types of persons who take that approach with policing do very well. They get promoted, they get recognized because they can pull out their ticket book and they can show how many times the ticketed persons, which to most would be, well, you're doing your job because you're ticketing people. Versus, Madam Speaker, the police officer who takes a more community policing approach, who goes into the communities and into the schools and into the businesses and who speak to the public and seek to avoid, when you see a young person sitting on the block and you go and you speak to them and you say, young man, pull up your pants. Where do you want to go in life? Maybe I should enroll you in the alternative secondary school or some course up at the college in the technical vocational area, maybe the marine industry, something. You have those discussions and you seek to channel them on the right path. Those persons don't have any tickets in their books. And those persons oftentimes don't get the reward of saying that they're doing a good job. But Madam Speaker, those are the type of people who stop problems before they happen. But the reason they don't get the accolades is because the problems don't happen. Madam Speaker, I want to see a public service where we uplift that, where we create an atmosphere of public officers who take that approach, who see the challenges in infrastructure, in education, in healthcare, in the labor force, in agriculture and fisheries, tourism, culture, walks, in all the areas that exist, in lands, and we seek to come up with solutions that ultimately benefit the people. That's our job. And Madam Speaker, based on what I see here in this public service management bill, I have to say that is not the vision that is being articulated here. To me, it is more putting stringent measures in place that seek to create more divisions in the public service and more isolation between the people who give the mandate and those who are to execute it. And I cannot be in support of that, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I close by welcoming the intellect and the experience of the members opposite to me, who would have served for many years in some of the seats that we now sit in, and who have a lot more institutional knowledge than we do, to seek to assist us in fixing this bill. The government, the ministers are not the authors of this bill. The Premier is the conduit that has brought this bill to the House. The public service falls under the governor, we know that. But if the public service is ineffective, every single one of us sitting and standing in here will be ineffective. And the people who judge us will judge us with an A+ in that. But I think we have an opportunity here with this bill to get it right so that it don't matter which government is elected, whether it's VIP, NDP, PVIM, PU, whichever political party takes the reign in this House, the public service management bill will become the tool of efficiency and efficacy that allows them to fulfill their mandate, whatever that is. That is what I seek for us to do in committee, Madam Speaker. And I want to support the changes that will be made in this bill, and I hope that when we make the changes, Madam Speaker, and we spend hours and days in this House, and when they get to where they need to get to for assent, that due respect is given to the members of this House of Assembly, who the people elected to come in here and do the work that we have diligently been doing. And I hope that as we continue to do it, we see more assent to bills, because I want to note that we have quite a number of them that we've toiled on in here for weeks that still have not reached to the point of assent. And my question is, why? But Madam Speaker, let's hope that this one doesn't meet that same fate, and let's hope that we can go into the committee stage and do the necessary surgery on this bill clause by clause to ensure that when it comes out, every single public officer will be better because of the work that we are about to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member at this time wish to debate? Member for the 6th? Do you wish to debate? No? Then I'll have to call on the Premier to wrap up. Let's I call on the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Stacey Mather.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise grateful to be able to give my contributions on this lengthy bill, the Virgin Islands Public Service Management Bill. Quite a few of my colleagues have spoken about experience, knowledge, and a lot of it has been lent to the bill today. Madam Speaker, being a public officer is not an easy task. It's not. And I haven't been one for many years, but if I go off of what my colleague just said, the Minister of Education, then I am again. Madam Speaker, this bill on paper, like many of the other ones we've seen, outlines what we essentially need to do with our public service, and every other bill in every other area that we've seen, but it always seems to come incomplete. Madam Speaker, in theory, accountability is a wonderful thing. And I think this bill addresses many areas. As an educator, I want to focus on one or two things, and I will be brief. The Virgin Islands, Virgin Islands Training Public Service Institute, Learning Institute. Thank you, Minister. I am overjoyed to see that it will align with the Department of Labor and Workforce Training. It will align with the Ministry of Education in terms of where we need to train our people. It addresses something that I think many of us in here who have been public officers would appreciate: succession planning. Because, Madam Speaker, when you're in a position and you're there and then someone moves on, the question is, how long will you be there? And it's been mentioned. But I think many of my colleagues and many of the public officers would like to say, well, with this, does this mean we'll reduce the number of people that are acting? Because, Madam Speaker, in the BVI, we always have a movie going on. People are always acting. Will it address it? So I say a lot of it looks good on paper, Madam Speaker. But again, no regulations. I feel like a parrot. You know that parrot in the cage, Madam Speaker? I keep saying hello, 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 hello. So I feel like my word is regulations. Where is it? Will it come back to us? Well, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is, let's have a positive resolution within this that says it has to come back to us. I want to see the regulations. Because something as serious as this for all public officers, we need to be involved in it. Not that it's handed off and it's given to them and we don't see it. A lot has been said about the deputy governor and his role. Some have said that that's their friend. Well, he's not my friend. And I don't say that with any malice. I just think that friendship and family, as I've said before, when you get into this house, you need to draw the line. The public service has been being transformed for so many years. Where has it gone? If you know that something contravenes the Constitution, how did it get here? How did it reach here? It was said that the premier is a conduit and it gets here. Okay, maybe they give it to the conduit to carry it back. Send it back, Madam Speaker. Because if it contravenes where we stand, our Constitution, Madam Speaker, that's the bedrock of this society. It is why we are in here trying to get things done, and we're being told it's suspended over our head. But here we have a document that has elements that contravenes our Constitution, and we're in here debating it for 6 hours. Madam Speaker, pick it up and carry it back down. Because if we had sent one down there, that was different. We would have a problem. As the Minister of Education, I like what she said today. I liked it. I liked it. The governor, his office. I'm not talking about the governor, I'm talking about the office. They have documents down there that we walked on, we sat down, they down there, and we can't hear back. Madam Speaker, months gone. Months, and we can't hear back. Accountability. Upstairs, the governor said that he won a contest and came to the BVI. Madam Speaker, that's what he said. Madam Speaker, that disturbed me. Madam Speaker, the governor should be telling us why the work we put in has not been accepted. You cannot wait until the deadline to say why it has not been accepted. Madam Speaker, as an educator, if I mark your paper and I give it back to you, that's called feedback. Reinforcement would come that you're doing what is right so you can continue along that path. Madam Speaker, how is that fair? How is it fair? So we are in here doing another one. We're going to go into committee. We're going to bring it out, we're going to set it down, and we're going to have no idea if it meets what is being asked for. Madam Speaker, you could imagine if you go into the gym every day, training, nothing ain't coming out for you, and you're wondering what's going on. Madam Speaker, we putting in hours in here. Maybe we need to stop eating, yes. But you're going to look to the people you're working with or look within yourself and say to yourself, where's the results? You know, I like Honorable Fraser, you know, my representative for many, many years. Many, many years. That's a lot of wisdom. And he laid it out to us how this contravenes our Constitution, and it has been repeated and repeated and repeated. But we're still here looking at it. Madam Speaker, this had to have been in cabinet. It was admitted it was in cabinet, and it came here. And I want to say this, we have to be balanced in here in a few things, because when the lights and the camera come on, as it was said, I'm snapping my fingers, Madam Speaker, we say that it came from where it came from. That's the reality. It wasn't mine, but I had to bring it. With a foot going down, Madam Speaker, saying, me bringing it. Wait is. Madam Speaker, as a public officer, my brother, officer when I used to teach, I dealt with department heads and ministers who were unruly, disrespectful. As an elected official, I hear of how some of members in the past and some in the present, I ain't gonna call no names, Madam Speaker, but I ain't lying. They cuss public officers out. They disrespect them. They speak to them like they are beneath them. So when we see this document in front of us, maybe the public officers like it too, because now some things are a little bit more clearer. Have we pushed our public service more towards the deputy governor and away from listening to us? As the minister said, 10 members in here with legislative experience as a minister, I'm going to correct you. A little bit educated, a little longer than you. Those two over there, yes, they have it. It might be junior, but they have it. I am the only one without it. They ain't got it? Well, they're fighting for it. Don't give them the respect. They have the title. Madam Speaker, we as elected officials have to be kind to our public officers. Yes, there are some that are not doing their jobs. We all get up in here, we talk about how good some are and how some are not worth the 15th and the 30th. But Madam Speaker, we also have to dig deep. Because when we get up and we order or instruct, or as this document says, and I had to Google it many times, the minister controls the ministry. Madam Speaker, we have to be fair. Madam Speaker, I'm going to say this. I don't like doing quotes, Madam Speaker. I like to create my own. Norman Vincent Peale, the trouble with most of us is that we'd rather be ruined by praise than saved by criticism. Madam Speaker, the job of all of us in here is to try to keep each other accountable. You see this person after my job, this other person after my job, nonsense. Madam Speaker, you have the job, do the job. That's all it is. Just do it. As the minister, as the premier, as the deputy premier, as whatever, just do the job. Ain't nobody gonna pick you up and drop you down out of your job other than yourself. But we waste so much time talking about people who want position. You have it, use it, walk with it. And as the minister said, Minister, we good today, Oh, we good today. But we extra good today. All I'm saying is, Madam Speaker, miss us with all this nonsense. Divide and conquer, you're the seat inside here. We want us pump fist with each other going down the road. This document, Madam Speaker, we're going to go in, we're going to spend hours upon hours upon hours. Minister, if you got an essay from a student and you had all these errors, you wouldn't send it back for me, right? Exactly. But we taking incomplete work, and I'm not knocking the public officers who put the work into this, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, when we going to finish this? And there's intellect in here, but why the intellect wasn't used before? Why are we figuring it out? And Madam Speaker, if I am playing a role in the inefficiency, you are the leader of the House of Assembly. Madam Speaker, call me out. Call me out. Because, Madam Speaker, this cannot be it. Because when we do not make where we need to go, you know what's going to happen? It's going to be all of us faced with it. I am not in favor of the deputy governor having all of this control. And Madam Speaker, I want to categorically say this. I stood in this house and I said a commissioner of inquiry with one man is not something I will support. In here, this is one man with a lot of control and power. Whether elected or not elected, Madam Speaker, whether appointed or not appointed, this is one individual. And I have waited to speak this afternoon to be near to the last, peeping in the gallery looking for the deputy governor, peeping in the back looking for the deputy governor. Because if his name is in here so much, when we get into committee, I expect to see him and the PS, so that I can understand what it is that they have written in here. Because if your name is in here as your title and you will go into it, then you know how this affects the role or the office that you have. So, Madam Speaker, I hope the deputy governor is behind there. I hope that the PS is behind there because it's mentioned in here. Because when we did the supplementary, the SAP the other day, I saw finance and there were questions about the deputy governor being here. Madam Speaker, he ain't sure. There were questions from this side about the deputy governor being here. And if we want to talk about accountability, we can talk about it because the deputy governor is at the top. And I wasn't here in the house the other day when a family member of his went on about the title honorable. But this document, they may as well have it to him one time. Because our constitution means nothing. And the member for the 5th, Madam Speaker, his contribution today was phenomenal. Awesome. because he gave a suggestion in the House, and I want to know if he didn't give it in cabinet. Because if he did, then I believe we would have walked in here saying, members, before we go on air, this is what we're looking at. But I saw the shock from the other members too. Some fist pumps, some good jobs and stuff, and I was like, but wait, the member for the 5th didn't have a chance to bring that up in cabinet? Madam Speaker, we're going to get ruined by praise. Ruined. I learned a lesson since everybody likes stories. I think it was 2007. They had a green team and a red team, and the red team were in power. And they were up East End. And the little children them kept saying, Mr. Meta, we're going green. That's what they're hearing home. And I just listened, and I saw others gather around, and they're saying, red, don't worry, you're going to be there where you need to be. When you surround yourself with people who tell you what you want to hear, you're going to feel. But those who criticize you and keep you in check, that's a blessing. It's a blessing. Madam Speaker, all public officers deserve a document that they can look to and be guided by. In theory, accountability is important. In theory, knowing who you report to and who does what is very important. But to quote the Deputy Premier with the word rushed, when we say it over here, it is not welcomed over there. I hope now it's been said over there, she will accept that it's welcomed over here. Madam Speaker, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Honorable. Any other member this time? I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a lot has been said about this public service management bill. Let me start where the Deputy Speaker left off. And I just want to reiterate in response to the point about the bill coming here to the House of Assembly what the Minister for Health and Social Development said, because he, I believe, explained it very well. Madam Speaker, public officers wrote this bill, and it was came from the Deputy Governor's office. It is one of the Governor's responsibilities through the Constitution. And Madam Speaker, I personally believe it's unrealistic, and we may have different views. Unrealistic to expect these public officers, the Deputy Governor's office, to give you a perspective or a view that's reflective of what you yourself as a representative of constituencies would give. Because the reality is there are different perspectives. There are different perspectives. The public officers did their part. They played their role, and we in the House of Assembly have a role to play. As the Minister of Education said, the Governor does not have a seat in the House of Assembly, nor does the Deputy Governor. So we facilitate the bill getting here, and there's work that we have to do. Okay, sometimes the work is a lot, sometimes it's not a lot. But we just have to do what we have to do. That's what we've been elected to do, to come here and to do the work on behalf of the people and to make sure that by the time the bill leaves here, it leaves here in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. We might be annoyed at the state of it when it comes here. We may be in stark disagreement with how it came here. But the reality is our main responsibility is to make sure by the time it leaves the House of Assembly, it leaves the way it's supposed to leave, and then the governor will have a decision to make as to whether he will assent or not assent. But the difference is, as opposed to having an impasse at some other stage, the difference is when this bill is assented to, the Constitution outlines very clearly the conditions for assent or lack of assent. And by the time the House of Assembly is finished with it, it is in a different realm. And I would challenge the Deputy Speaker and any other member to go to the Constitution and read what it says about assent. And know that there are only certain conditions for which a bill cannot be assented to. So, Madam Speaker, I won't give a long wrap-up. I'll just say, Madam Speaker, that there have been excellent points that all the members have provided to this public service management bill. And I believe it's a lot clearer what has to be done in the committee stage. Madam Speaker, quite obviously, we have to make some changes based on what the member for the third said. We cannot have a bill that seeks to narrow what the Constitution has provided or even enlarge what the Constitution has provided. So certainly we have to make those changes. And by the time we're finished, we should have a document that in no way is in conflict with the Constitution. That is the rule before us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a lot of specific points were made on the bill. I won't go through each of them, but Madam Speaker, just to say, I believe that there were very valid points specifically up and down speaking about the Virgin Islands public, the Institute for the Teaching. And I want to endorse those points about the importance of that in succession planning. Madam Speaker, we didn't say much about the registration of interest. Of course, I want to remind persons that this bill will require public officers of particular grades, I believe 19 through 21. I think including, I believe we've included deputy secretaries as well, there to register their interests, which is consistent with what has happened as it pertains to members of the House of Assembly and other good governance measures. Madam Speaker, yes, we have just a few more weeks until August 31st. A few more days. Today's somewhere around the 22nd, I believe. So it's so the 30th is 8 days actually, just about a week, Madam Speaker. But we'll endeavor to do what we need to do in a proper fashion, Madam Speaker. And I'm hopeful that we can be very efficient in going through this bill. So having said that, Madam Speaker, I will close there and just thank members for their contribution to this particular debate. And I look forward to going through this bill clause by clause in committee stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Public Service Management Bill 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This bill may be cited as the Public Service Management Bill 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee.